Point blank, it...
Yes, happy Halloween. You can talk now.
Words.
Holy crap!
More words.
Yes, thank you for
Actually,
giving us this
cut you
honor
off.
of speaking.
That was great, actually.
I hope you enjoyed that. That was a special Halloween surprise for you guys. Somewhat late since it's the day after Halloween, but I hope it's appreciated anyway.
Hey, Day of the Dead, man.
Yep, maximum crappy.
So
Although, as I
Dios
understand...
de los muertos.
Wait, what was that?
who are you people anyway?
I'm Mr. Argent.
This is Satanga, currently speaking, and not speaking at first.
This is Snarbu.
This is X Factor, who's basically just hitching along.
This is Wild Weasel. X Factor is my brother, and yes, you can all run away screaming now.
Ah!
So,
Oh, help me. Sorry.
we're not doing anything especially fancy this time around. It's the day after Halloween. I figured some spooky, ooky games going, and we're not really doing any specific system or theme besides Halloween, so we're just gonna go with that.
And hey, look who just walked in the door. Figuratively speaking.
And I am gonna go and get things going with our first game.
The walking in of the Doriness is from Joseph Joestar, to clarify. I'm not sure if his mic's up to speed yet. He'll be around very soon.
Spin away just our screen. How's everyone sounding? Is everyone sounding okay? Just checking before we
Actually,
get-
wait, can
Cool.
they hear you, Bob? Do you have your mic enabled?
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
I've heard you before.
I was hearing him on the stream.
Just want to double
Say,
check.
Pepsi Pop can hear you. Mitch Zero
Oh,
says
it's
he's
just
quiet.
Bob.
Another visitor. Don't be afraid.
So you might want to up your gain.
Testing. Better?
Terrified! Foolish mortal, you are
think
lost! Even now,
Yeah,
evil
Zero says
dark
that's okay,
hand
so.
reaches for your soul.
I love
You know,
this guy's voice.
he's the arbiter of truth here, so.
I, one who has lived through
I'm just letting this intro play,
will
because I just love this
kindly
dude's
tell you
voice.
a story. Listen carefully to my tale, for one day it may save
Oh, you says
your
turn down the
life.
game volume. The game volume's too loud.
Centuries ago, in a distant land, a
that's
mysterious
what
cult forged a great disc of gold. It sparkled with captured sunlight and protected its creators from all
Hey, how's
evil.
my levels?
This
Hey, Joe, sir.
Oh, hey, Joe.
Your
Perfect.
problem is just fine.
From even the darkest night's terror. But this exile of evil did not last. Blind greed and
As I was just saying, I just
led to the
love this guy's
being
voice.
broken and divided among reckless
His name is
factions.
Les something. I don't think he was anything else.
Less manly.
That game
No,
is...
that was Accolade. That was.
This is EA. Early. Not quite
That's
early.
Manly is very horrible enough, but not horrible... horrifying, I should say. Not horrifying. Halloween games.
Yeah, dig
Yeah,
that
look at-
3DO CGI.
Yeah,
This is
look
like
at
a
all
launch
the
game, I believe.
polygons.
Quality
This
so
does
good
look
it's
an
scary.
awful lot nicer CG-wise than some of the really early PS1 games.
And you know, the sad part is this still looks better than most Slender clones.
Yeah.
It's also better than virtual highlight.
I would love to see those Slender clones do this sort of thing in real time.
Actually, you can nowadays. I mean, you can get lighting that looks almost as good. I mean, they're probably not even doing full ray tracing, or if they are, it's very low end.
And you could have, like, textures.
Hey, those trees have textures. What are you talking about?
It looks like they might even have bump mapping.
My god.
You're a bummer.
Oops, step back for the gate.
Oh my
no,
god,
there's
cold
oh,
lighting!
I thought that was an angry pumpkin in the house. I'm like, that's.
No, that's
Is that,
plate
would that
with
be a step
picture
above
of
a pumpkin
Satan.
in an alley, though? If it's a pumpkin in
And
a
this
house?
is the game.
No, you know
Basically,
what? That's not just a plate with a picture of Satan on it. It's a commemorative Satan plate.
this is an entire game. It's basically sub Wolfenstein 3D.
I swear, they took that graphic from Corridor 7. Your gun looks an awful lot like the...
Yeah, it looks like the taser from that game.
I will say this
Does,
game
yeah.
has some really nice textures.
I have to say
Guy's
though
arm
that
looks like a horse penis.
the cool thing
like really
about
weird
this
and
game,
lumpy.
though, that very few other games do, is that your HUD is entirely on your weapon graphic. that you have got
Really?
you got the meter on your gun dictates how much ammo you've got left, and you can tell your health by seeing how bony your hands are.
Although you do have a
that's-
little
that's
status
off.
thing if you want it.
The diegetic HUD is an innovation that would later be seen in Jurassic Park Trespasser, with the main characters floating carbon boob.
So, the
I
thing
don't
let's
with,
think
discuss
that was
that.
executed quite as well, though, because they had to make your character say how much ammo you had left. There's got to be a better way to do that.
Like, just have her have like a 7-segment LED just stuck in her arm for no reason.
mean,
Contest
yeah,
Game
handled
that
it okay.
did that, Arjun. That
Wait,
was
what?
The King Kong game for 360 still had Jack Black doing that, and that was a bit not as interesting.
Also,
Although he was
these
more guessing.
Grim Reapers are really, really slow. So the problem is they don't make noise. You can't really tell where they are.
And they have like really tiny legs.
That's probably why they move so slowly.
Yeah, they just sent in the friggin' baby leg Grim Reaper army instead
Oh
of
no!
No, these legs are not held together by sinew and muscle.
Okay,
they would probably be.
This is
falling apart
mildly
too fast.
mildly off-putting.
Okay, according to Zillion T, this game is supposed to have floor and ceiling graphics.
It does not. I actually have this game in actual hardware.
Oh.
And it does not have floor
even-
ceilings.
Maybe it's a different version of it, unless it's.
They hung Boris Karloff.
You know, I'm going to go see about this here.
Maybe there's something you
Because
can turn off or on?
I'm pretty sure I didn't see any floor and ceiling textures when I was playing it on my actual hardware. And in fact, the screenshots at Moby Games don't seem to show them either.
By the way, this is the only gun in the game.
So when you die, do you just turn into a skeleton, or?
Skull pops up and laughs at you.
Oh, okay.
Oh my.
No, it's like
There are a
Invite.
lot of 3DO games that do that. I mean, this and Return to Fire.
Yeah, Return Fire did that. It did it in the
Although-
sequel, too.
There's not any that do it as hilariously as Return Fire, though.
Was Return Fire the one with the Humvee and the?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah, that was
captured
a
the
good game.
flag.
It was
It
basically
was
like a
pretty
it was
fun.
like a really complicated version to capture the flag, and the AI sucked.
Pepsi Pop's from a 3DO emulation, and how it's hard to emulate. I'd say it's better than Saturn emulation, but not as good as PlayStation emulation.
At least you
How
don't
does it
have to
compare
mess
to
with
Jaguar
select-
emulation?
Way better.
It
like,
works a lot better than Jaguar. There's only a couple of games I can think of that flat out
Oh no, it's another Boris Karloff.
It's one of the Frost Giants from.
You know, I like to
before.
think that guy's job is just to pretend that he's hung himself. So he
he's
just
just
has
like
to quickly run all the way to the end of the hallway where you're supposed to find him, and then set up everything. And
Yeah.
That just reminds me of
Actually,
the
it's
beginning
very
of.
comfortable here, blah.
It's like in the beginning of the Goonies.
Eat at Joe's. Hey, wait,
You
hi.
schmuck.
With the guy,
Do you
the guy
really
hanging
think-
from the
yeah.
crowbar. Yeah.
It's like, do you really think I'd
Hey,
be
wait.
stupid enough to kill myself?
The high score is 6800.
Yeah, actually, I would.
oh, that's
It's
my
60.
score.
Oh. See, I thought that was like the default high score, and the developers thought they were tricky. It was like, oh, hey, our high score is a CPU. We're cool.
So yeah, this game is actually pretty boring because there's like no variety at all compared to like Wolfenstein.
But Bob, as a game, how does it stack up alongside Nightmare 3D?
hey, Nightmare 3D had more than one weapon.
This is true.
And
Also,
if
it,
Nightmare 3D had graphics like this, it would have been very much better of a game.
but nope, I got stuck with Hugo's weird-looking face.
it gave you more than one weapon that was completely useless against certain types of enemies.
Yeah, that's a
actually kinda
really
clever.
bad idea for an FPS.
But honestly, for horror FPSs, even to this day, Exploding Lips is the best you'll ever get.
If anyone's curious about Nightmare 3D, please check out our Please Register our Shareware live stream. Plug
Do it.
plug.
Do it.
Plug.
Do it, or I'll find you and I will use your computer's disk drive as a cup holder.
And if you're really interested in the game Exploding Lips, just watch a video of it on YouTube and then go download the Mayhem Mansion WOD for ZDoom instead, because it's basically Exploding Lips except it actually plays decently. Actually, I'm selling it short. It plays really well.
Bob, I take it you've played more 3DO games, right?
I actually used to have a
how's this-
3DO.
Well, how's this hold up to? There was that game Virtuoso.
I have
remember
not
thinking-
played that one. I couldn't tell you.
I could tell you that this is way better than Virtuoso.
That's debatable. Virtuoso
Solely-
pioneered the cover system that would be later
Solely
seen
on
as
account
a-
of the fact that this game actually has a playable frame rate and controls that don't suck. Virtuoso has neither of these. Even the DOS version seems to lock itself at like 10 frames a second, and I never did figure out how the controls worked in either version.
On the other hand, like I said, it has a cover system in it. It doesn't do anything, but, you know, sometimes when you're innovating, you just gotta innovate and not actually think about any practical purpose for what you're doing.
I still say Space Invaders was the first cover-based shooter.
That's only in some versions, though, right? Like, not all versions have the shields.
Well, even the Atari version had the shields.
Oh. Is that the boss?
Yeah, it basically takes like a 20 shots to kill.
It's a Wolfenstein-style boss in that you're going to spend more time running and looking for ammo than actually fighting him.
Yeah. It's another
You actually
really
have to kill all
stubby
the
Grim
enemies
Reaper, but
before you
it's
can
different
leave?
looking.
No, you can just... You have to find a piece of the talisman, and I just did. Then you have to go find the exit. That looks like this thing.
And now we venture our way into a door with a bunch of faces on it.
A bootleg version of that one Moon texture.
The guy from the
Yeah,
intro is
really
supposed to say something dumb every time you beat a level, but he doesn't show up on the simulation.
Wait, you're using an emulator? Wink.
Well, yeah.
Like, who owned a 3DO? Come on. I did.
Well,
I only bought one this year.
Hey,
And
Weasel
who cares enough about the 3DO to hook up a
Pepsi
capture
in the chat
system
is-
to it?
is asking, because you've played Immercenary, right?
I
How
did
does-
not. I've avoided it.
Oh, okay. Who was it that played it that one time then? I thought it was you that streamed it. Because he's asking how does this stack up against that
I
quality?
have not played a mercenary, I couldn't tell you.
Because I know somebody streamed it for us at some point.
did the 3DO have any exclusives really worth a toot?
Few. Star Control, well, that's not quite exclusive, but it's a good game.
Well,
Jadnos,
3DO
the People's Party!
3DO had the best versions of several multi-platform games. It was the first one to have a 3D version of Madden.
It had, for a while, the only home console port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, if I'm not
You may notice that there's a ghost that keeps hopping in front of me. It doesn't hurt you, it just gets annoying.
They have the best version of Way of the Warrior too.
Oh yeah, that's
The only version,
another
right?
thing.
Yeah.
No, but I'm
That's
thinking
the
more like its version of Wolfenstein 3D has really good music and is basically the Mac port in terms of graphics and sounds and levels.
Pepsi Pop is asking about Gex, and I believe that was on the 3DO first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and now it's on
that's-
GOG, latest.
3DO
It's
Gex,
$6.
if I recall, is the only version that has a save function. But you still have to collect the damn VHS tape in order to do so.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this level, I'm gonna be done with this, because you're seeing pretty much the entire game right here.
Well, it does change tile sets at some point. But then it turns into basically a cave thing.
Hmm.
You mean like really bad pre-rendered anime girls and that are part jet? Oh, that no, the different cave. Sorry.
They've invented bees, you know.
I would play a cave shmup that had a cheesy horror theme. I'd imagine
Wait.
basically be like Darkstalkers as a shmup.
Hey guys, have you ever used that joke live? The thing that Ocean Week's spelling. I'm just gonna say. You know the
That
thing?
game already exists. I forget the name of it though, and then in fact there's two of them.
Satan's Hollow?
No,
actually,
there's a cave shooter with a
Yeah,
horror
Death
theme.
Smiles. Yeah, Death
Yeah.
Smiles, but it's more.
Oh yeah, the one where Joker June fully transferred from making cool mix to being a creepy weirdo.
Alright, I'm going to say it then. So guys, the people who play cave shooters, you know the thing about them?
They live in a
thank-
cave.
In a cave!
No, you delivered it
It's-
wrong. Like the way that Ike did it on the
In
thing. He's like,
cave.
Yeah.
it's like it's because they live in a cave.
No offense to anyone who is a cave fan, but it's just
Actually,
in joke
There
from
are so many other
moons
things
ago
that you
from
could
the
be
boards.
fans of. Come on.
even as someone who likes
Yeah, Toho.
role-playing games,
You could be a Tyrion
like,
fan, then you'd be cool.
Like Hyperdimension Neptunia, I don't know. Some
Hey, Jojo, would you say Toho is an accurate title for that series given its fan base? Because you know the sort of things they're into.
No, I was gonna say the thing about the Toho games. I learned this on 4chan recently that there's a kind of a resurgence of interest in PC-88 games because of the early Toho games. So, and that's why we're getting more translations of hentai games and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Man, why couldn't Thexter or something inspire the Resurrection? Because Thexter was actually cool.
Thexter already had a whole bunch of home ports to American
Hey,
systems.
I actually have more respect for Toho now because I found out that they have a character that is literally ripped off from this hentai game I just beat. It's apparently like there's a character and she makes like a cameo in a couple of episodes, and it's like there's a level up goddess, like you have to actually pray to a god to go up in this game. And then she'll just appear. So yeah, that's
Yeah, it's a level up in more ways than one.
yeah. Actually, no, she's like one of the few characters you can't fuck. So
So I think this is like the most enemies at once.
So you're saying it's a tease, is what you're telling me. The level up
Yeah,
is a
pretty
tease.
much.
You just
Hey,
build
Bob?
up.
I just feel the need to point out that only Joestar would be able to admit to things like this on a live stream and not suffer for public image for it.
What were you saying,
Trying to
Snega?
say, come on, man.
yeah, it's because I have no public image to maintain. It's all everybody already hates me. But it's no, it's actually this game Toshi and Toshi 2 is really fun. Like I would say it's like one of those things like with where there's actually a point to playing it besides the fuck scenes. So it's no, it's good. No, it's like Knights of Zentar and and stuff like that. It's actually really addictive game. So it was just translated not too long ago. So I would recommend checking it out.
Oh, Bob, this is a little After Effects as you killed them all, but when all those skeletons rushed at you, if this were Serious Sam, would that be the point where the guy says, "War"?
I wish I was playing Serious Sam right now.
Yeah, Serious Sam's actually fun.
So wait, this isn't even a secret area, it's just a regular old door.
I don't think this game has secret rooms.
That's one thing I'm kind of liking though about System Shock is I'm surprised with the number of secret rooms there are. They're not terribly useful, but I'm glad that was in that game, I guess.
Yeah. Even tossing aside the few panels that are just kind of stuck open by one block.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like it that there's some gimmies like that too, because it's not like, if you were really BJ Blazkowicz, you wouldn't be dry humping the entire, inside of Castle Wolfenstein to find secret passages. There'd be some kind of tell usually, but
Usually all of the Hitler posters were
yeah. I was
think
terrible at that when that
Wolfenstein
game came
kind
out.
of- Wolfenstein kind of honed my secret sense. These days I play an average Doom WAD and just randomly get the urge to run up and use one wall in particular, even if it doesn't have any visual difference, and it's turned out to be a secret. I'm like, why did I do that, and why
I
did
just
it
get
work?
this picture of little like squiggly lines coming out of Weasel's head, like in Spider-Man.
I think the
Yeah,
best
that's not the worst
wall
it can
humping
be.
noises came from Duke Nukem 3D.
Where is it? All done. I'm running into walls now.
I miss
Yeah.
shooters with personality. I really do. Actually, no, depending on one's perspective, I don't miss today's shooters with personality. Because most of the time it's just Nolan North being Nolan North, and that's...
Or it's Steve Blum in the
Or Troy Baker. That guy
Yes.
too is getting quite good.
Origin for Hale
That guy doesn't
sometimes.
suck.
Basically, I want a first-person shooter with a character voice with one-liners where not once do they just randomly yell, "Fuck you!"
Fuck you! No, wait,
I don't know if they did it like the end of Alone in the Dark 2008, where they just constantly scream about how they're the fucking universe. It might be worth it.
I'd agree with this.
I am like. He sounded like he was going in the middle of like either taking a dump or having a stroke.
Well,
Or
it's funny
both.
you say that because the top comment on there's a video of that on YouTube. The top comment is like, just scream that in a random bathroom and just see what sort of looks you get.
Oh my god. I can see that being a thing, yeah.
Damn, I missed a joke because I was talking about the Terminator of our own Lance Boyle. Apparently, the upcoming film, for what it's worth, got Matt Smith, the 11th Doctor, and J.K. Simmons in it. That has nothing to do with anything, but...
It's not gonna suck though. Like I was seeing teaser images for it, and it looked kind of bad.
Well, Arnold's apparently coming back for what it's worth, so...
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
Oh, and what the other one? What was it? Salvation.
No, he wasn't.
I thought there was a cameo. He was like the scene. Just like
Well,
the
it was a cameo, sort of, but it wasn't actually him. It was a body double.
I apologize for getting lost, but
boring.
not even a map really helps you get around this game.
Although I guess on the bright side, what's his name? Mr. Like he's not even Mr. Vanilla. He's like Mr. like flour like paste flavor. The guy from Avatar. You know that
Sam
Australian
Worthington.
guy? Yeah, Sam Worthington has
Mhm.
not been in very much recently. So I
Yes,
guess that's good.
What was up with that guy? Why did
mean,
he
he was-
become famous?
He was the bald space marine of like movies.
He was freaking Cole McGrath from Infamous, as bland as...
Yeah, he's just
Well,
so
in the
boring.
first
He
game.
just
Yeah.
he's just sort of there.
Yeah, I'm lost, I admit it.
Feel free to
blame
mail,
me?
Bob. I think we've... if you want to move on...
Yeah, I think we've seen enough.
Yeah,
of
this
it.
is pretty much the entire game, as I've said.
So what
Which
were
I
you saying
guess-
about the character's arm? It looks like a horse wiener with a gun grafted onto it.
Well, that or a turtle penis, because I just saw a picture of one of those.
And with that, we end this game.
Lord only knows why you were looking that up.
Somebody mentioned that they had them, and I just had to see what it looked like, and it literally looks like a face hugger. It's,
Oh my god.
Wow.
It like splits into like 4 or 5 prongs at the end, and like, yeah.
Zillion is wondering if I was going to play any of the Splatterhouse games. I thought about it. I actually downloaded the first one, but I decided it'd be a bit too obvious, so...
Do you have any of the other ones like Wampaku
sequel,
Graffiti or?
I forgot to get that one, but I do have that niche covered.
Man, I really liked Jim Cummings' voice on Splatterhouse 2010. Yeah, it was like,
You're fucked.
yeah, he's like, hey, Rick, guess what? That part, like, you know, he's like, no, I did. Oh shit, no, that was like disturbing at the end. Oh, Carnival. I didn't even know. So when did they emulate this? For some reason, I was thinking this is one of those that.
I think it's been emulated for a while, but it's been considered kind of an unobtainable just because until recently no computer existed that would be powerful enough to do so.
Yeah, it's
Sort
got
of
a
like
3D
Cruising
in it, made
USA
them like that
was.
much.
Gotcha.
But like they had it running more or less perfectly. It's just that it took way too much CPU power. MAME team being MAME team, they decided they didn't want to bother making it any faster.
So I think this is like the only game ever made set in Iowa. Am I wrong?
Possibly. Yeah, this could actually be it. I can't think of any other game that takes place in Iowa.
Did Slipknot ever have a video game based off of it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Slop it.
Well, that new one, what's it called, Hatred.
Oh god, that game.
I know nothing about this.
Apparently some of the developers on that team actually support fascist groups.
What the?
What game are we talking about?
Hatred.
So yeah, basically it is literally like, you know, we'll sell you the seat, but you'll only need the edginess.
GOG response.
Postal came out in
It's like-
1997, you unoriginal jerks.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Postal came out in 1997, and this is, and then Postal 2 came out, and it's hard. You can't really go back to Postal 1 because it's like, one, it's been done already. Two, Postal 2, you know, it's you kind of have to have a tongue-in-cheek sort of, or you kind of have to have your tongue in your cheek going into that sort of thing. So.
Yeah.
They did. I mean,
You can't really do a game like that and actually manage to take it seriously at all.
If you'd like to stay and join us,
yeah, I'm not sure what they're trying to do with it. Like, it looks too like emo to be, you know, tongue in cheek. But maybe that's the point. I don't know. It doesn't. It's by Czechoslovakian people, so they probably are like,
Oh,
These-
Lord only knows.
I don't know what it is about games from Eastern Europe that they always have this extremely dismal and depressing tone.
It's probably because it's dismal and depressing there.
Yeah.
I mean, compare that with stuff like Metro 2033, the Stalker games, Precursors. I think was kind
man.
of like that.
Pathologic.
Oh gosh, yeah, that one.
You know what game?
Precursors had at
the
least a
game
bit
that
of
if
an
you beat it, you
optimistic.
still lose.
Oh, God.
You know what game from Eastern Europe is really dark and gray? Poland's Franco.
I love the name of that game, I'm not gonna lie.
It's pretty amazing.
I love how it has to load after you moved like 2 steps.
Me games have to load all the time. So it's interesting this game actually uses a pump-action shotgun, like House of Dead 3.
Or like those hunting games you would see every now and again.
I'm gonna be honest. I legitimately can't tell how much of this is actual 3D rendering and how much is FMV.
I think
it
the
feels
enemies
like
are 3D
background is
models, the backgrounds are FMV.
Yeah, the backgrounds are clearly FMV.
Maybe that's why it's not running really, really bad.
To be honest, for a 3D game from 1997, I still think the graphics actually look pretty neat.
This was
Also,
98.
I agree, and it definitely looks a lot better than like the Area 51 games.
I was not the biggest fan of those, I'll be honest.
I didn't really care for those because the people overlaid on the games kind of looked like, I mean, it looked like not even Sega CD level quality video things. I guess it's just the way that they had it compressed. But so, is there a way to dodge getting shot by the?
Not really. This seems kind of unfair, because there's a lot of things that you really can't not get hit by.
For Hambone, I think you have to actually shoot his gun arm to stop it. Stop him.
Oh man.
Ah, I see.
The hardware running this game was essentially a high-spec PC for its time. According to System 16, it runs MIPS at like 150 megahertz and has what's basically a 3DFX Voodoo 2 for graphics. That's more or less the same hardware that runs the NFL Blitz 2000 games and BioFreaks.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I could actually beat this game on stream if they would want me to.
Pepsi is
It depends
asking
on how
if,
long it lasts.
the N64. He says the N64 had a MIPS CPU too, right? I honestly don't
Did,
remember.
but a much slower one. It was an R4300. I think it was at like 50 megahertz, I want to say. Maybe even less than that.
Now, this game is basically Blood if it were a light gun title.
Pretty much.
More
That's
like a
what,
prequel to House of the Dead Overkill, really.
yeah, this game is definitely
without-
not as good as House of the Dead, because it just doesn't really play as well. It's not really... It doesn't take as much skill.
Sloppier, but
machine gun power!
I do appreciate the personality of this guy.
Yeah, it looks great. It's got a lot of silly details to look at.
Well, that's kind of a thing. There were like white people like gun games, and then there were the Japanese ones. There was a lot, games by Sega and Namco that they were pretty good. And then, but there were some. Well, I don't know where I was going with this, but did you guys ever play like there's the Alien and the Terminator Salvation games?
I played that
Yeah, I
one.
played
the ladder.
the one. That one was actually kind of interesting.
I've played the Alien one, and that one
Raw Thrills,
suffered
right? That's who
from
does
really
those
nasty,
games?
It had some really nasty ammo balance problems, which ammo balance really shouldn't even be a problem in a light gun shooter.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, my problem with them was that it didn't feel like they were really play tested, and they felt more like they were just to drain money out of you. They were kind of bullshit, honestly. Whereas, like, I'm not a big proponent of the I guess the hollow earth theory of video games. That is that video games are intended to be beaten on one quarter. But I think in a lot of light games, if you played them enough, it's possible. I mean, it's not, and I mean, they can be actually pretty.
Jojo,
It seems like they'd only be possible through rote memorization and painstaking training.
I think in a lot of cases, but like the Time Crisis games, I'd say are pretty fair.
Yeah, 'cause
I
always
could
give
see
you-
some-
I consider
Hell,
myself
yeah.
more of an instinctive player than a memorization player.
Like, bosses in House, they actually have patterns and such you gotta learn. There's some skill involved there.
I should note that I
This
come
is just
very close to beating the first half of that in 1/4. Magician killed me. God damn it. But I got really far at least.
But one
you were
thing I
saying-
didn't care. Oh, I was just gonna say one of the things I don't like is that it kind of has the whole machine. Or okay, like as far as the Terminator Salvation one, it was one of those where because you had the machine gun, the enemies soaked up like about 1 billion hits.
Yeah.
And it was a lot less fair though than any of the Time Crisis or what? No, I'm sorry.
Is
It's
that
Crisis
undead
Zone.
jiggle I see right there?
Yes.
Undead Boob Jiggle.
But I was saying, it is impossible to hit this boss out of hitting you. You just can't do it.
Yeah, Evil Marie
Probably
might actually be
playing
the
with 2 guns.
toughest boss except for the final one. Apparently her weak spot's her neck, but good luck hitting it while she's floating up and about there.
So what were you saying though, Judge? I interrupted you. You were talking about the Salvation
Oh,
game.
all I was saying is that the enemies were total bullet sponges, and okay, what?
Yeah, you see it now,
Dance
don't you?
disappear?
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Was
horrifying.
Salvation one of those games where if you ran out of ammo, you were basically screwed?
I mean, you could load stuff, but the problem is the enemies would be dogpiling you, and they all took. I mean, they were Terminators, so you had to like blow off their skin, then you had to blow them up after shooting them about 50 times, and okay, whoa.
The problem I had with the Alien one was that if you ran out of ammo, it wasn't so much that you were helpless as that you were basically restricted to a single shot pistol. And
Yeah.
even though that didn't need to reload at all, you still basically had to hammer the trigger like 15 times to kill even one of the guys on screen.
Nick Serious, one of the Raw Thrills arcade games. I actually played that Batman arcade game they did, and it's pretty unfair. It looks cool, it looks great, but it's just doesn't play as well as you'd think it would.
That's true of most arcade games, though. Most of the arcade games people cite as being like really well designed or like in the minority, even among like Japanese developers. Like arcade games were just unfair. They're like modern free-to-play games, except kind of in reverse. They try to milk your money through making the game impossible to beat rather than making it a tedious, time-wasting grind.
Double Dragon 3 had microtransactions.
Yes, arcade games are actually okay. Arcade games are the first instance of that in gaming. Like literally, in the case of Double Dragon 3 in the U.S., you had to pay money to unlock things. Like, and it's a small transaction, 25 cents.
There were a few Leland Electronics games that did that too. I cannot remember the names of them. The ones with the helicopters that you had to shoot down. You could stick in coins and buy ammo for your missiles and stuff.
Wait,
And then the short-lived Microprose Games Arcade Division had a version of F-15 Strike Eagle that had that.
can anyone give me a list of feelings? I want to look this up.
I can't remember the name of it either, but it was like Cobra Strike or Cobra Mission or something,
I think it was
like
called
that.
Cobra, come to think of it.
I'm really liking the enemy designs in this game, though. This game has a lot of personality, I'll say.
Yeah, this game looks really good.
These are like human cat dogs or something.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, the Siamese guys, they sound like Goofy when you shoot them. That's pretty great.
Okay, someone brought up Cat Dog. What was Nickelodeon thinking with that show? What
It wasn't their best, I'll admit it. I didn't hate it when I was younger, but, hindsight.
Note the dog cameo, that's cool.
This 110
really, like-
is giving me flashbacks to Sam and Max Hit the Road.
Hey, it is the Trog, good guy.
Good lord, they're buck naked. So are you. Yeah, but I'm cute and marketable.
Yes, each name's severed hand. Still twitching.
Oh my god.
What is that from exactly? I'm not
Sam
getting
and
that.
Max.
Damn.
Hey,
Which, by the way, is on GOG.com. if
Are
you'd like
those
to play
monkey
this.
spiders? Yes.
I have to admit that I still have never even tried the Telltale Sam and Max games because I'm too used to the voice of Bill Farmer as Sam.
Spider monkeys, rather.
And I'm back. Hey, Carnival. Cool.
Yo, Arjun.
I
Hey,
really should give it a try anyway, though, just because.
I've actually played
Sometimes
this one.
change is good.
No, I was just gonna say though about the Nickelodeon stuff. I mean, there's some really weird shows around that time too. There was Angry Beavers.
I never liked Hey On. I just thought it was really depressing.
Yeah,
it's kind
I
of
always
weird.
prefer Cartoon
That's
Network, and
strange.
you guys can deal with it. I'm sorry.
That strange low quality-ish portion of Nickelodeon's programming happened to coincide with us not having cable anymore.
Well, they had
They had just announced the Angry Beavers when our parents decided to cancel the cable subscription.
Like, we're talking like the Pelzwick era, or...
It would have been like 95, 96.
Oh, so when I would have been like really, really little.
I appreciate the hostages actually try to crouch, not get in your way.
Super bad method. Yeah, the extremely obtrusive generic blonde woman.
As opposed to them jumping out from behind counters and yelling, "Don't shoot me!"
Do you know what I've always really liked about that kind of thing? I like in Lethal Enforcers when the guy's guns pop and go, "You can't shoot me!" Because apparently you totally can.
One of the things. Here's a little fun tip about what do you call it? Nickelodeon. I was going to say the most depressing Nickelodeon show from that era was As Told by Ginger.
Oh god, yeah.
I was like, what the hell were they thinking?
I've actually never even heard of that one, and I'm thinking maybe
basically like, yeah, it was like the Lifetime equivalent of a Nick cartoon. But as for Angry Beavers, it was written by this one guy. His name's Micah Ian Wright, and he wrote a really awesome comic called Stormwatch Team Achilles, but it got canceled because, he's this like major type guy, and he did these like anti-Bush.
Okay, Joe Star, you're gonna love this boss. You need to look at this.
Oh, I freaking loved Angry Beavers when I was little.
Oh,
anyway, he got blacklisted because basically he lied about being...
I was gonna say usually it's a giant undead baby.
I remember that, right.
Oh yeah, that's a different
hey, you
setting
have the bear
actually.
version instead.
Oh, it's the bear. Yeah, I was reading your article, Bob, and so were they like I guess they just realized that somebody would get pissy about a giant baby.
Is it actually like a different setting that Goldberg shows up?
I must have changed it just for the hell of it.
You know, they actually had a capitalist at the Main Street Pizza in Scotland, Oregon. I doubt it's still there, but worth mentioning.
Make up for it, I'll post
It's a shame Scap Juice is really far from me.
Honestly, I think the teddy bear's better than the dead baby, because this is just really weird.
Yeah.
A giant dead baby is just a giant zombie dead baby. This
and
is
honestly,
what the hell?
Yeah. Like,
it's like that boss in Splatterhouse 3, the evil teddy bear.
Oh, like a giant baby's like they're obviously trying to
See, I love the one in I love the one in Splatterhouse 3 because it was like a digitized teddy bear for some reason.
Really conspicuously digitized.
And then
It's also mechanic too. It's like bigger than you were.
Also, one last note on the subject of the Main Street Pizza: don't bother going to Scapos.
I will do one more level and not do the final level.
Okay.
So is this one of those that has just 3 levels, or is it 3 levels and then
4
you have like an
levels.
extra level?
The big top is the super final one, and the big boss is called Professor Baron von Taken.
And he is more German than you.
Yeah, the ending's really dumb. Oh, also, one last thing to know. Funny thing about this one is that very little of it's actually rendered in real time. Mostly it's like foreground stuff like enemies and projectiles. The rest of it's actually just pre-rendered video for the most part.
It's kind of weird how like nowadays you could do this like
in real time pretty easy.
Yeah.
Like even on something like a phone. Like you can also up the poly count quite a bit too and still do it in real time.
Okay, I'd like to say something for a minute. This emulation is not playing the music for some reason. That's a shame, because this level has a really catchy song called The Big Bunyan Ride. I would look it up on YouTube if you want it stuck in your head forever, because it will.
Well, let me go.
Somebody linked that in the channel like forever ago.
Yeah, and here's the song in question if anyone wants to get it horribly stuck in the brain for the rest of eternity.
Sadly, you will not play, because it's not playing the music on my end, but it's pretty great.
Big Bunyan Ride.
I will have to
doing-
give credit that I'm amazed this actually works in MAME now.
By the way, I should mention. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
We're actually registering exactly 13 viewers right now.
That's pretty good.
Spooky.
Hey, so yeah, I agree with you. It seems like MAME is more like, is it just a bunch of like people something? They're just like trying to make it as hard to use. It's like, hey, you know what? We want to make this this shitty coin, or what? Some like random mahjong game. We want to make this perfectly emulated. So we're gonna do a new release, and then you're gonna have to update all your ROMs.
Yeah, it's for like all of Konami's games or something.
I was going to say, MAME is at least making something of a more earnest effort, because this is working now, and Raiden 2 and Raiden Deluxe are working now, which is a holy grail for emulation.
Yeah, they finally cracked the Cyber Cop in enough of a capacity to actually play Raiden 2 and Raiden DX, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cyber Cop, but I'll say this much: it is one evil piece of hardware.
They also managed to get this beat 'em up by the name of Zero Team work I never heard of.
I'll forgive them when they get Primal Rage 2 to work.
Oh hey, actually, some big news in the MAME community. They finally found ROMs for the original Galaxy Force.
But once Primal Rage 2 is working, I can't more the fact that I've played Unreal Cable for people anymore because I realize how boring it is.
That's like the tin grail and not a holy one.
Yeah,
okay, I love this set piece right here.
The evil, really, like, fry cooks.
It's a tin goblet of Brunswick stew.
They're throwing corn dogs at you?
God.
Man,
that's
brutal. Is this Hot Dog Storm? And Zillion T, actually, they just released it recently.
Also, to answer your question, though, JoJo, it's just they just want to make sure that it's accurate to the arcade experience. I mean, most people don't care, but I can kind of understand why they want it to. They want to actually recreate the systems as closely as humanly possible on a low level.
Well, the thing that I'm finding is becoming increasingly true with the MAME project is since they're aiming to be hardware accurate and not game accurate, their purpose of the MAME project as a reference base is actually getting picked up by a lot of commercial developers. So stuff like the really recent Namco museums, I want to say, and Taito Legends all actually use MAME code.
Which makes sense. Why wouldn't you?
It's completely irrelevant, but those service guys remind me of Johnny Cab from Total Recall.
Yeah, Johnny Cab.
I didn't even notice that.
Also,
oh man.
Yay! We broke out of the title.
Also, JoJo, I would say MAME isn't anywhere near as bad as NES, because I was reading on how to set up NES and get the right ROM sets running, and it's basically like pulling teeth with like chopsticks.
Yeah, look at Name Hub. How much chance is that?
Wait. But would you say that it's a mess to configure?
I like those people in the forums too. They're like, you know what? You should just get NES and then go through this hour-long process of converting all your ROMs until they have accurate checksums. It's like, no.
Yeah, I can't stand that stuff. What is it with the SNES ROMs where like
you need you need all the custom chip sets too, separately as a BIOS files, and then you have to set up you have to set them up a specific way.
Yeah, see, here's another boss that you can't make flinch at all before he hits you.
I love any game that pays respect to the forgotten Christmas tradition of Krampus.
Like, yeah, the Santa's best friend that will drag bad kids to hell.
Yeah!
I think this game just really hates Germans.
They're an easy target, Bob, for most people anyway. I'm not saying they should be a target, but...
Hang on, I have to bring up the something like, anyone who speaks German can't be all that bad.
Not touching that one.
Oh, God, I love The Simpsons.
That was from the episode where Sideshow Bob is basically Robert De Niro. Actually, the episode was called Cape De Niro. The one with where he keeps stepping on the rakes.
Yeah. That gave rise to pretty much every running gag involving Sideshow Bob.
You suck to shoot him while he's dead.
No, I'm just doing that for fun. Alright.
Instead, if he's still flinching.
I think that's enough of that game. Let's see.
Nowhere to hide. Big Bunyan ride.
What'll I do next? I know.
Decap attack.
I'm not doing this trick in order, just whatever pleases me at the time.
Actually, I have been playing the Big Bunyan Ride.
Oh, this is kind of loud. Hang on a moment.
Yeah, this game is freakishly loud, Bob. I will warn you now.
Oh, hey. Magical Hat. No, wait, what?
This is actually way better than Magical Hat. I played Magical Hat. It is crap in comparison to this game.
It's like the same thing that they did with the Power Blade. The Power Blazer was a lot cutesier, but then they made it more badass and made your own Schwarzenegger and made the level design a lot better. And,
yeah, this is way better than, I mean, even though you can't transform into like you would in Magical Hat, it's still way better. It's better balanced. The stages are more interesting.
The intro music is also the final boss music. I think it's badass enough to qualify for it.
I love the title screen music.
There's actually a ton of games that use this basic engine, I want to say. There's Kid Cool, there's Psycho Fox, there's...
Yeah, this... they're all kind of related.
Same,
Wasn't it the Kai's fault
team.
Wasn't this basically just a graphical hack of Psycho Fox or something?
No, Magical Hat, Turbo Magical Hat Adventure, or whatever it is.
Oh.
Yes, Thunder Four Force might be the greatest Genesis soundtrack ever. It's definitely a nominee.
Would Crewball count?
Pepsi Gems was a sound driver mostly used by American Genesis developers. Most Japanese games had custom drivers.
YM261.
Gems usually one engraved, there's a few exceptions, like Ooze and Mini Comic Zone.
I really wish I could use the 1251 instead of the 2612 in Princess, but 2612 too.
Also, Chicken and all its grindiness on this.
Man, have a great soundtrack. That's a good Halloween game. I did it last year.
We already did that one though.
That's like I said. Now, Bob? Do you know how to use these weird towers?
Not quite.
The mushroom
Tell me.
towers.
You have to jump on them in a specific way.
Like right on the...
Yeah, you have to basically ram the rod straight up and then bounce off of it.
That's lovely.
Good night, everybody.
That's how it works, though. You have to hit the top of the tower hey.
But those are a hallmark of these games by that developer.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal. What is it? Is it a reference to something? Is it just a weird mechanic that they really like?
I just think they like that. Pretty much all of them have the same attack thing, except for Kid Cool. You couldn't do like a melee. You could just, but they all have this weird. You throw it and then it comes back to you. Item. It's like a little creature in the other two games, and then it's the. I actually never played Magical Hat. I haven't. I really don't know anything.
The problem with that game is that it has the Mario health system, and that you have to have your throwable item in order to be able to take a damage.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you just die instantly. It's impossible. It's just a mess.
Yeah.
It's way harder, and it's for like no benefit. Like this gives you a health system. You can actually toggle how much health you have. It's also tied to your head. I forget, was the entire character called Chuck D. Head, or were the separate parts that had different names?
I think Chuck D. Head is the main thing. The skull thing had a different name.
Hey, Pepsi. Options music.
Yeah, he's talking about the options ball.
Oh, he already.
Which sounds like your Genesis being electrically tortured.
Sorry.
You know, the actual arrangement, the actual song itself is fine. It's the instrument set the way it's composed that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that they may have composed it on non-Genesis hardware and then just directly converted it with whatever tool they were using.
That's how Gems worked, actually. It was meant so that you could compose music in MIDI and then convert it directly over. It's kind of like a generic MIDI sound driver set.
With the unfortunate side effect that most stuff that gets converted using it winds up sounding pretty unfortunate.
That's a good way to put it.
Somebody was trying to tell me that the Sonic Spinball options music sounded the way it did because of emulation problems. Well,
No, I had it.
I have emulated the actual, or run it side by side between an emulator and an actual copy of the game on a Genesis. Not the case.
Actually, it is slightly overdriven. Modern versions of Kega Fusion actually more accurately emulate the 2612.
Yeah, that's what I was comparing with, actually.
Yeah, so that's probably
Kega
why they
Fusion
sound the same.
364, I think, and then my Mega Everdrive for Genesis.
I like how he hits the Yoshi sort of a flutter jump, or is that more
Pretty
like
useful.
Luigi? Not sure.
It's more like a Jill from Mighty Jill Off.
Or actually, yeah, that would be like what's his face from
Jack.
Mighty Bomb Jack? Yeah.
Jeez, I thought of the S&M parody.
To be fair, that's more memorable than the actual game. It was a homage to.
Yeah.
Hey, that's okay. Auntie Pixelanti needs her proper cred as well. Or whatever name she's going by now. I can't remember.
Anthropy, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
She went through a few for a while.
I really miss that Pac-Man game that she had posted for a while though.
What was it called?
Spider one.
I don't remember what it was called, but it was basically like a turn-based version of Pac-Man. Where you would click to move, and then the ghosts would all move at the same time.
Ah, so it was a roguelike.
You may be interested in NetPac, which is quite literally Pac-Man the roguelike.
I'm gonna have a look into this.
So
Actually,
Bob,
sounds
when you
like
get to the boss, be sure to use your potions.
yeah, I know you can use them. I'm just not sure what they do.
Now, one
They
thing I
tell you
did.
actually. There's a way to the guy will tell you. I forget how. Sorry, what were you saying, Joe?
One thing I didn't like about this game was that if you died, the bridges had all, they'd be.
Yeah, they wouldn't respawn, and you were screwed.
I know, that sucked. It was like, why? Why would you do that?
It's probably programming-related error.
Yeah, it's like the.
Yeah, you might want to just. There's a way to. Ask. There's an ask option in the menu. That won't work against the boss. The red potions don't work against the boss. Blue works anytime.
This is a pretty nice art style. Like, it's not the sleekest thing I've ever seen, but I do like how ugly it is.
Just fine. Yeah, you want to use yellow as well. That's also a good one to use. You can also jump on this boss's head. It's only his mask that hurts you when he throws it. And also him running into it, too. That also hurts.
Let's see anything else I can use.
You should be able to use the invincibility, although you might have to actually use it before you reach the boss. I forget what those other potions do, too. Some of them are, will do some nice stuff.
Yeah, this is like I want.
Has you ever done a spray rip of this? I feel like that green-haired man scientist dude might make a good avatar. I like that weird face he's making.
Wow.
You would, sir.
Oh, good. It takes me back to the start. That's gonna be bad without the bridges.
Actually, there's checkpoints, aren't they? Aren't those what those giant things are for? The towers? Like you're supposed
No,
to
it takes me back to the start.
Okay. Just so you know, you can always go back and use those towers to regenerate health, but again, you have to hit them just right. Like from the top, kinda, and then you bounce off of them a really weird way. I actually did beat this game either last year or in 2012, I forget when. I was on a Halloween game spree. Yeah, beat Boogerman too. It's always a good one to revisit.
Oh god,
That game
Boogerman.
is better than people will give it credit for. The humor is really crude and the level design sucks, but the actual game is like really smooth and
It's got some good animation.
it's shockingly well playing for a Western game. It is not sloppily designed at all.
I think we decided a while ago that on the whole, Boogerman is actually a better game, gameplay-wise, than Earthworm Jim.
Debatable, but
Really surprising to me.
It didn't have the, there was like that disconnect that those well-animated games tended to have.
You had to wait for your
Boogerman,
animation to charge up, basically.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Pokemon was pretty good from what I can remember.
There's a way to dodge this guy's attacks, like foolproof. I think you have to dodge or duck first and then jump. Because it's a boomerang, so it'll come back.
I shouldn't be that bad at this game.
He has two different versions of that attack, too. He does a different one if he's in the center of the screen.
You can try jumping on him or something.
I don't know if you can jump on him. I mean, maybe without his mask.
Oh, that's how those towers work, I think.
Yeah, you jump on the very tippy top. To go back, actually, you probably should want to use that to regenerate your health, Bob, to go back to that tower.
So guys, you know if you don't find the keys tonight, you're gonna have to look tomorrow too. But you're gonna have all day to do it anyway.
Well, this is about
Sorry.
keys. What are you doing? Is this like a...
Oh, my wife was house sitting for one of our neighbors, and
They lost
we
the
got
keys.
home last night. My oldest daughter put the keys on the arm of the chair, which she knows she's not supposed to do, and they are now missing.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, and again, they're not our keys. So it's kind of like,
They probably fell on the chair or something. Underneath it somewhere.
Man, maybe I can kill this guy with a projectile.
oh yes, Pepsi is familiar with the epic of the keys.
Lord of the Keys.
Much to his chagrin. Yes, Lord of the
Dang it.
Keys. The key bearer.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
you're in the
Cersei's
center.
on.
Oh.
Dang. Maybe I'll try one more time. How far back
Game over.
How far back will it take me if I continue?
It takes you to the beginning of the entire world.
Would anyone mind if I try this one more time? Should I?
I think we should
Up
get
to
enough,
you.
actually.
Okay. I just
Yeah.
think this game is good enough that I should try for a little bit.
Yeah, you did. You gave it a fair shake.
Hmm.
It's definitely beatable. I recommend just pumping the hearts all the way to the max.
Definitely
Because that's the only difficulty setting, basically.
Okay. I know what I feel like doing next. It won't take long, but I'm gonna have to get out something special for this one. Thank you to Mr. Argent for setting up this virtual machine for me.
Yeah? Oh, no, don't think Mr. Argent. He's a tosser. He owes me like $10.
Oh, good. The old Microsoft Scandus. That was always fun when a sector got corrupted.
Oh, good job, Argent. Couldn't even set it up properly, gave him a bad hard drive.
And the really funny thing about that too is that back in the 98 days, it was pretty vital you let scan disk run all the time. Otherwise, it would be constantly misreporting how much disk space you had left.
Pepsi Pop looks like he's using the VirtualBox VM for this one.
Yeah, Oracle VM VirtualBox.
Is that freeware or is that payware?
It is
VirtualBox
free.
is the freeware one.
It's free, like Libre free.
Hmm.
Not free as in beer.
I also set him up a
I get
VM.
it, that concept.
I also set him up a VMware machine because, frankly, Windows 90X doesn't play very nice with VirtualBox. But to be frank, both are fine if you don't mind turning things a bit more with VirtualBox.
Yeah. So I actually wrote an article about this. It was like a year and a half ago now, maybe
It's
longer.
pretty crackly.
The 3D Ultra Pinball series, which came about because, well, mostly because everybody was buying Windows 95 just to play the 3D pinball game that came with it. And Sierra was like, nah, guys, you don't need to go buy Windows 95 to play 3D pinball.
They aren't
And
the
then
best
they
pinball
started
games,
actually-
but they definitely have style.
Yeah, because the thing about 3D Ultra Pinball is that as a pinball game, they're not really all that great. But they definitely have... A friend of mine in the Doom community called it conceptual grandness. It doesn't really so much matter how well executed it is. It's the fact that they had a really big, grand design for it and they actually followed through with it.
That's
Play
a
all
good
three
point,
tables.
yeah. Because I mean, I can't imagine that there was a whole bunch of people clamoring for a Outpost themed pinball table. But the fact that they actually managed to do it, you know, and actually had multiple tables tied to each other and all of this stuff, you know, that's a testament to their level of idea that they had.
I think it was like starting in 94 or 95 that pinball games on computers were starting to toy with the concept of an overarching metagame between the tables. The earliest one I can think of was Psycho Pinball by Codemasters. And then there's the 3D Ultra games, and Pinball World is probably the biggest example of that. That's another one where the actual pinball part isn't very good, but the idea is so good that you can't help but give it points.
Also, this theme is so Beetlejuice, I think Danny Elfman is going to sue.
I think
Do you mean
my
Tim
favorite
Burton? Because he's got the patent on that. Or do you mean the music?
The music.
Ah,
My
okay.
favorite thing about Psycho Pinball is in the Trick or Treat pet table.
Yeah,
You got
there's
an
so many
extra
pinball games that have Halloween tables for some reason. But this is all Halloween, that's why I picked it.
I think
If
my
you got-
favorite subtable is the Secret Lab one.
If you got an extra ball in it, it would tell you ghoul again. I don't know why.
Pepsi Pop says that they're static. I can't do much about it besides turn it down. I apologize.
In the game sound or in the...
In the game, I think it's... Must use the emulation, I guess.
Yeah.
As far as real
If it's not
tables
fixable,
go,
there's not much you can do.
there's been quite a few real, actual Halloweenish pinball tables. Some of them are on the Fantastic Pinball Arcade, like 2 based off of Elvira. The really damn cool Monster. Was it Monster? I want to say it was called Monster Bash, but one where there were various movie monsters and they were all rock stars.
If there
There's
was
one
Sorry.
Creature of the Black Lagoon was actually themed as a drive-in movie. And of
was
course,
a-
the Addams Family table.
If there was an easy way to play the Tales of the Crypt pinball table, I would play that. Or maybe the Nightmare on Elm Street one.
I love the Elvira ones. Those are really good.
Elvira kicks ass.
Mm-hmm.
I like Sven Gulli more though, except that might just be a local thing.
We need more. We need to bring. We need to popularize the horror movie host concept again.
Yeah, that's too great to not.
Yeah, horror's all too dark and gritty these days. Stuff like Saw.
Takes itself too
Hostel.
seriously.
I'm probably gonna do. I don't know
Like,
if
you know-
I'll probably do another pokey thing for the intro for this one. So for YouTube.
Nice. I'll be looking forward to it.
I should...
Same here.
One of these days I should actually go back and watch all of the uploaded live streams.
Sometimes I do that. I feel like a egotist, but I do.
No, it's fun. I mean, and it's a good way to get feedback on yourself. Like if you.
Yeah.
I do that all the time on my old YouTube videos. I usually stop watching them after about 2 minutes, though.
Zillion is asking if there was ever a real-life pinball table shaped like this. I can't imagine there was. I assume you're talking about
closest-
like with the table over the table kind of thing.
The closest match I can think of is that in the mid-80s, Gottlieb did one called Haunted House that's on
Oh, I was
Pinball
thinking of that
Arcade.
one.
And that one's actually got 3 levels to it. That you've got your main level, you've got the library, which is above everything, and then it's got an inset table behind a window that goes under everything else.
Same
Oh,
effect
yeah.
that Gottlieb's Black Hole pulled off, also.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, the
What
Black
do you
Hole
think
plays
the-
better, but
what do you think the attraction between horror and pinball is?
Because of Phantasm, the silver ball was.
Okay, there you go. You have the answer.
There really should be a Phantasm table where you play as one of those orbs. It has to happen to Phantasm.
I'm honestly wondering if it's more of a marketing thing than anything else, because I'm cross-referencing with the Internet database here. Where the hell book?
Yeah, there's no pinball tables on Christmas or Valentine's that I know of, or anything like that.
I actually just thought of something. Did anyone ever make a Labyrinth pinball table?
That'd have been a really good concept for one.
Like, you had
The
David Bowie
Internet
and the
Pinball
weird...
Machine database.
You had David Bowie's weird balls. which
Well, I was
something
yeah.
that
You'd have to hit his bulge to
I was gonna say,
unlock.
to phrase it any better, could you?
Should we discuss Wheelie singing a song? We might as well go that direction.
I'm actually doing better at this game than I usually do.
So here's the thing I'm noticing here, is that the top 10 voted like player-rated solid-state pinballs on IPD, technically 3 of them are horror-themed. And I say technically because it really depends on whether you consider Twilight Zone to be horror-themed. Same with the Addams Family.
I say yes for Addams Family. I'm gonna say yes for Twilight Zone. There were some pretty damn
Then- And then the third one is Williams' Monster Bash from 1998.
Twilight Zone, if you ask me, was probably the originator of the psychological horror genre, or at least maybe the codifier of it.
Also,
I would think so.
Also, the mannequin episode gave my mom the jeebies as a kid, so that's gotta be.
But I'm thinking though, from a marketing standpoint, the pinballs that based on horror themes, I think it's just because they've historically done so well on the market. Because Haunted House is generally thought is one of the best pinball machines ever. Addams Family was a massive hit for them, and among other things. Oh, the Elvira tables.
When it comes to horror for me, I think my favorites are like the single episode anthology kind of deals. Like, Are You Afraid of the Dark, Tales from the Crypt, that kind of thing.
Wait, Are You Afraid of the Dark had a pinball table?
No, but it did have an adventure game. I'm just talking in general when it comes to horror.
Oh yeah. Honestly, overarching storylines are some of the worst things you can do to a series of horror stories because, you know, if it's that clear that the main character is going to survive regardless of what happens, then it kind of stops being scary about them.
Wait, it looks like Xerxes just hopped on. Should I see if he wants in?
I'm sure he does.
Okay.
There was an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark that took place in a pinball machine, though.
Do one more table.
It was actually in a mall that took on features from a pinball title. That was a fun episode, and it had a bad ending.
That show got kind of dark sometimes.
It was much better than Goosebumps.
Oh, the tower table. Yeah, this is my favorite one just because it's basically a mad science lab, and those were always some of my favorite things.
Weird science.
I said science again.
I wonder if that's. I wonder if that's kind of a prime influence on my personality, that I just love mad science.
Hey, Argent, could you say weird science again?
Weird science.
Plastic tubes and pots and pans, bits and pieces, magic from... Fuck! Damn it! I got the rhythm wrong.
Well, speaking of which, man, did you guys ever watch the USA TV show?
For a while, that was all I knew of Weird Science. I never realized that there was a movie.
I actually kind of like that. It was funny though. The brothers, the one he played Beecher on Oz. The guy that played Chet, so that was kind of disturbing.
Oh my god.
Going back and watching it, because, yeah, he...
The only thing I remember about the TV show anymore, though, was one episode that started with one of the guys trying to play a computer game called Virtual Hooters, and then it demanding that he plug in a joystick, and neither of them could find one in the pile of junk.
The only episode I can remember...
was it Flight Simulator?
I have no idea.
The only one I can remember was the one where they got tired of what's her name, you know, saying that she was screwing everything up all the time, and that they wanted a chance to try, so she gave them her powers. And I don't remember why, but for some reason they decided to morph into the couch cushions. And were basically just sitting there waiting for cute girls to come and sit on them.
I remember that, yeah. The other one I remember is they became rock stars, and then they got their own action figures. And for the action figures, they had the action figures, except the chests were painted over because they had these little like translucent plastic things that would glow like when you put them in sunlight. So
Yeah, Xerxes needs an invite to the call.
Okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Kind of funny. I messaged him on Skype asking if he wanted in, but he never responded. Anyway, let me get him taken care of.
Well, Skype kind of makes it very hard to tell when you're getting messages from people that you aren't already getting messages from.
Yeah.
That is by far my least favorite part of Skype, is that it is very bad at actually telling you things.
And he.
Bupkis.
So they actually made a ton of these games.
Now in the room, so.
There's one that's like a pulp, Johnny Quest, Jurassic Park kind of thing, and then they made one about Hershey Land, or whatever they called it. Then there was one about NASCAR for some reason. The Hershey one's pretty okay. I never played the NASCAR one.
Wait,
The
we're still
NASCAR
talking
one
about
is actually
Yeah,
3D Ultra
series.
Pinball, yeah. 3D Ultra NASCAR Pinball is actually surprisingly playable. I didn't think I would like it because I'm honestly not that big a fan of NASCAR.
neither am I.
I kind of prefer my racetracks to be able to turn to the right on occasion.
Step on the gas, now turn to the right.
Do you know why we stopped the car again?
You know why we stopped the car again? You gotta do it again. Bah. What?
I like-
Getting worse.
I like the one where it's because she forgot to close the door. It's
forgot
like,
to close
oops.
the door.
Giddy nostalgia.
Hey, Xerxes just asked to send him a invite.
Is he not in yet?
We just did invite him, so I don't know
Yeah,
what's
he's
going
in.
on.
Yeah, he is in.
Oh, he's in the call,
He
actually,
appears
so...
to be in the call,
I thought I mentioned
unless
it to you.
nobody gave him a link to the stream.
I don't have anything to
Okay.
say.
Wait, he should be in the stream. He's in the chat.
Hello.
You're sounding a little quiet, Xerxes.
I just don't want to be left out.
Oh, hey, Xerxes.
Yeah, well, you're sounding a little
So-
quiet. You may wish to turn
Yeah,
on.
so something sounds like a little more open surround sound about your mic.
You sound quite a bit different and
Did
less
somebody
late
Did somebody
night
give
radio.
him the snowball?
You.
God darn it.
Alright, is this better?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
So you haven't missed a
I
whole lot. I
hadn't-
still got quite a few games to go through.
I just updated to Yosemite, so I think it reset all my sound input output stuff.
Yosemite
Oh,
Saint.
is that the new Mac OS?
Yeah, how's that been?
Oh, I forgot you had a Mac.
It's fine. I mean, they do it every year now, so it's not like it's a huge deal anymore.
Yeah.
And they don't have to worry about skipping numbers like Windows does.
Well, they do have to
Well-
worry about having a 10.10 now.
Well, that all
And-
depends on whether they want to do Linux numbering or not.
No, it's 10.10. It doesn't make any sense, but yay.
So I know this game
Like-
actually has an ending. I have no idea how you get it, but it does. So it's a bit more like the Crush games in that respect, I guess.
Slightly less interesting than the Crush game, sadly.
Yeah.
Devil's Crush is way better than this, but I have to commend Sierra for trying.
Devil's Crush is the gold standard
It's-
of virtual pinball. I'm not sure if anything's
I don't know. I really like Psycho Pinball, like a lot.
I've just figured out the best way to describe my opinion on 3D Ultra Pinball. 3D Ultra Pinball is the calculus student who misses every single problem on the test but manages to obtain a passing grade for showing all their work.
nice.
You can pass by just showing all your work.
I wish that
Partial
were the
credit.
case.
Maths.
Like 3D Ultra Pinball coasts by on partial credit.
MAPS, which is a complex acronym standing for Mathematic Anti-Telhasim Heptamen Septum.
X, is that from Look Around You?
Yes.
uh,
I was forced to memorize that
See,
because I had a
Yummy
friend
goes
at
for
work
multi-ball.
who loved that show. Look around you.
Imhotep is
I could go with the extra ball, but no use, no point prolonging this.
cool again.
And also Peter Serafinowicz.
Yep. He was actually in Gravity Falls recently.
I don't think the nudge is helping much, because I'm trying to nudge every once in a while.
The nudge in the 3D Ultra games is next to useless, and in fact the NASCAR version even makes fun of you for using it.
It's less
Really?
of a
What's it
nudge
say?
and more of a nudge.
If you hit the nudge even once in NASCAR Pinball, it starts saying, "Whoa, take it easy, it's only pinball."
God. Real men don't need instructions.
But no, NASCAR Pinball also is it's a bit spooky to play it nowadays because it's one of the last games out there that lets you play as Dale Earnhardt Sr.
Oh, wow.
There's always something about playing games involving dead people.
It's always
like-
funny playing as them and then killing them in the same way that they died.
I mean, like Gary Coleman Postal 2. I mean, he wasn't playable in that. But he
On
was-
that note, I'm curious as to whether Chuck Yeager is still alive.
I think so. Surprisingly.
How can he be still? Well,
He
I
is.
guess like
He's
if anyone's gonna
91.
cheat death, it's Chuck Yeager, right?
I think Stan Lee's older than 91.
He's 91 and he attains the rank of Brigadier General.
Oof.
I didn't realize that was a thing in
That's
America.
the best general to be, I think. It sounds so much cooler
What-
than just regular.
What
general.
exactly was Chuck Yeager? Was he like a World War II
Test
pilot or something?
pilots.
He was a test. Well, he was a fighter pilot in World War II. Then he was a test pilot.
He's
the
well
first
known
human
for-
being to break
yeah.
the sound barrier.
That'd be
And
it.
and then after that, he had Chuck Yeager Air Combat, one of the best fighter pilot sims.
Which had
Yeah.
an unreleased prototype for the NES, which the only footage I know of it is this video.
Wait, it's not dumped yet?
And the best part of that footage is that Chuck Yeager himself says, "You call yourself a pilot?"
And then this, what's known as this sick bird music played. Because it's all
So wait, is it ROM for that not dumped yet or something?
No, it's dumped. I mean, there's these guys that. Well, I don't know if the ROM's dumped, but the guys that were dumping and dumped Monster Party prototype, they actually made like custom carts and stuff like that. Sold those.
The game is laughing at me and I don't know why. That was before my ball fell out, so I don't know.
Huh.
All fell out. Well,
yeah, I'm sorry. I just said that the wrong way.
It's pinball. There's gonna be a million jokes like that. Come on.
That's why I love
young
playing
boy,
pinball.
play my silver balls.
Yeah, this has gone on forever, so I'm just gonna turn this off, I think. If no one minds.
I'm gonna have to go look up the Mac port
That's
of
cool.
Chuck Yeager's Air Combat at some point.
Not a bad
Apparently
pinball game, but there's better.
It runs high res and has a QuickTime movie exporter for replays.
Ooh.
Yep,
That
it did.
reminds me.
I had it. I
But
had
for
it.
the record, wait, you have the NES ROM of Chuck Yeager?
No. The Mac version of Chuck Yeager's Air Combat
Gotcha.
by
If
many.
anyone
at
at
some
some
point-
point pass it over.
At some
I think
point,
it's
I really
considered to
just
be the
need
best
to.
one, right?
I need to just resuscitate my G3 Mac again.
Yeah, you do, because you still need to try and get Frazel's wand working for me, too.
I still have that disc just sitting on my hard drive, untried.
Oh, come on, man. Get on that.
The only thing is, I'd have to hook up all the cables again.
I know. You're lazy.
Guzzy
It's
cables.
okay.
All it's hooked up right now is the keyboard.
Now, what might be the Halloweeniest game in existence? Seriously, holy Jeeves.
Halloween
Castle
Harry?
Death of Rain?
That fateful day.
Yes, Halloween Harry. That's it.
Halloween Harry's barely. Come on.
Oh, I know.
Besides, that game is terrible. I said it.
Womp womp.
Oh, hey, Night Slashers.
Ooh, I know this
It
one.
is. I still love it, but it is terrible.
This one's very good.
Only a complete idiot would wire their
I like how a cyborg just breaks into their house after a zombie breaks in and he's like, "Hey guys, how are you?"
The same tank is where they get
There's one problem I have with this game is that there's not quite enough move variety.
Almost,
It's
not quite as
got
much as
better. It's got better move variety, in my opinion, than most of Konami's '80s beat 'em ups.
Right.
Like as good as Vendetta is, objectively speaking, I still find it hard to play that one because there's not much you can do with your bare hands.
Konami's beat-em-ups are usually better for just watching cool stuff happen than gameplay,
How
I'd
you
say.
just run them over with like one of those old school vans. ain't a minivan. That's a full-blown van.
I think vans only really became popular as tools of action because of DDT.
See, that would be the kind of van that you would have to paint as Chacon the Forever Van.
Yes. I kind of wish there were vans you could get in the Forza games because the paint kits in those were amazing.
Oh, I know. Then you could totally paint Russian Vanispheres.
No Pepsi Pop. This is actually made by Data East, so it's their own custom hardware. It just looks very similar to CPS-1.
I wonder if this is the same hardware that runs RoboCop 2.
Not sure. This is 93, I think.
Oh, I love how you can pound them into the ground and then you stomp on. So
that's pretty great.
Oh yes, Data East does have a section on System 16. Let me have a look through.
I bet
so
it's
you're playing the uncensored version with all the blood rather than...
This is the US version. It's somewhat censored, but...
Okay, it's actually a step up from RoboCop 2. This is the same hardware that runs Captain America and the Avengers and Tattoo Assassins.
Really?
And Fighter's History.
I assume Tattoo Assassins like its own hardware entirely.
Yeah, I know that doesn't seem like it fits in at all, but...
Apparently it runs... Well, to be fair, System 16 kind of lumps some distinct hardwares together just because they run the same main processor, but it looks like all of these are tied together from the main board. It doesn't say how fast the CPU is at all, but it says it runs an ARM6 chip.
Time to eat some street meat to regain some health.
It's a little unusual for an arcade machine to run ARM6.
Data East really liked ARM.
Am I the one who thinks the mad scientist is a little bit like Gary Busey, or am I hallucinating?
No, it's he's based off of the guy who played Herbert West.
Oh, Jeffrey Combs.
Yes, it's clearly based on
I feel I should.
I love how everyone in this game melts when you kill them.
So I've been playing this space exploration game on the DS called Infinite Space. It's pretty cool, but yeah, the first ship that I built, I named it the Gary Busey. I'm not exactly sure why. I felt I should name it after somebody semi-famous, and that was the first person who came to mind. And so then when I upgraded it, I called it the Busey Mark II.
I'm also gonna have to check out this other game that Data East made on this hardware called Locked and Loaded, or in Japan, Gun Hard.
That's a great name for a game.
It's basically a lethal enforcer.
Maybe I should change my name to I love how this, when you fight Frankenstein, right? It's like, Frankenstein comes alive with a complete innocent, and your response is when he says, "Are you a friend?" And you're like, "No, I'm gonna kill you." It's like, why are you persecuting Frankenstein? What he hasn't done anything.
His crime is existing, but only mankind is free.
Excellent work.
Also knowing sweet wrestling moves.
One
It's a
lesson
crime
from
too.
movie Frankenstein.
Bob, do you have a written list of planned games after this?
Yeah, I have a list of games.
Okay.
Also, spoilers, Dracula is not the final boss, surpringly.
No, isn't it like
boss
Lion Death God or something?
Robot
It's like a...
Satan.
Yeah, Satenga's basically has it.
Very unlikely. But, you know, points for not being douche.
So this is a Shin Megami Tensei game.
I've been playing Shin Megami Tensei beat 'em up. I guess there's a Persona fighting game. I guess it's close to
No,
what
Bob,
we
I
get.
just realized you could have probably played Mach X for this stream, because that's also kind of a very weird, sort of creepy game.
I still think that Shin Megami Tensei should have had a squad-based first-person shooter. Like they could even use the evokers from Persona 3 as your tool for giving commands to people. That you just point the little summoning pistol at something and tag it, and then your demon buddies go over and basically
I like these
massacre
Team
it.
Wolf kind of werewolves going on.
Well, I like that they've got the they've got the Letterman jackets.
Wow, I assume the lack of transparency on the wheels is a bug.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's an emulation error.
Probably, yeah.
GG, man.
Also, now we have to beat up Geppetto and Pinocchio for some reason.
I've got no strings to hold me down, to make me fret, or make me frown.
Honestly, I like this game just to run around being up various sci-fi, fantasy, whatever creatures. It's pretty much everything I've always wanted. Like, everyone's always so just awesome about it. Hey, don't you be a puppet. I'll kick your ass for being a puppet. And then you kick his ass for being a puppet. That's great.
He's like my partner and I, so they finally tied the knot.
Hey, Splinters is a lot better than AIDS.
Oh.
Why does everyone in this
Ghost
game know how to
Turkeys,
DDT? Pinocchio can do it, Frankenstein can do it.
I'll cite
you
the
guys weren't
wrestler
here
and
for that
all of
joke.
us.
Oh, I was just gonna say, or Ghost Turkeys, but you guys weren't here for that part, so.
Oh.
Switch characters.
What was it from? Ghost Swayze. Give her the Ghost Herb piece. No, that was in a Shin-Chan episode. That it's like, you know, they were saying in the American version, they were saying, okay, I want you to act out, a scene from Ghost 2, and you just found out you got ghost sores from Patrick Spacey.
Oh my god.
Patrick Spacey?
Yeah, but no, the what was it? The
Zillion is sorry?
That joke was from a National Lampoon comic, by the way. There was a thing of a guy getting screwed by Pinocchio, and he's like, well, I guess getting some splinters is better than AIDS.
Zillion is wondering what revision this is, and this is the US version.
This is bloody. This game is pretty gory.
It's actually somewhat censored, because in the Japanese version, little Go Arrow flips around to say, to hell, and I love that.
Oh
White
yeah,
fellow with blockhead.
that's what you used to have for your avatar.
On Twitter, yeah.
Yeah.
But it sadly doesn't animate like I wanted to on Twitter.
See, they missed a really big, opportunity here. Like, considering that Golem is actually talking, they should have had him, like, speaking in, like, Yiddish. Like, make it, call him, like, Wojcik.
Schmendrick.
Yes, it's like, I would not expect him like you to understand the plight of being a undead monster.
Golem is a Jewish Mike Tyson.
Man, Yiddish sounds like a really cool language. I need to learn that.
It is a really cool language. Like, almost every great English word is actually a Yiddish language.
Well, I'm really mad because I found a really cool Yiddish dictionary at Half Price Books, and I was going to buy it, and then I noticed that one of the pages was bookmarked, and somebody had taken a used Kleenex, snot and blood, and put that inside the book.
Why?
So, note that contrary to...
Fine.
I was actually at a half-price books the other day, funny enough. I got the Atari 2600 version of Vanguard since it wasn't overpriced like most of their video games.
Cool. Yeah, that was, I really liked that one. I got that for Christmas back in like 86, I think. So
I now legitimately own an SNK game. Cool.
yeah, they had the Flash Gordon song in that one.
Drug zombie.
Drug zombie.
So is this like a sport? Because apparently zombies are watching me do it.
Zombie hunting. It's like
Hungry Burgers.
cannibalism.
This is how, like, zombies execute, like, zombie criminals.
I'd like to... Oh, Voodoo Shop probably is what the sign on the right says.
Also,
I'll do this level now. Play someone else.
Look, there's his castle. Actually, no, that's the set of the other game next door. It involves some Romanian guy with a whip. I think it's about BDSM.
I hope when you beat this game, that castle explodes. Or collapses, rather.
Also, this dude's name being Christopher, he reminds me of Christopher Lambert. Well, he's probably supposed to be Chuck Club.
With the hammer pants and everything, huh?
I like how
He's
every
got a
time.
really slick looking vest, though.
What, you mean like Christopher Lee Hammer, or... Oh, MC Hammer.
I like how every time this guy gets knocked
Don't
out, he
act
goes, "You
like
caught me off guard." It's great.
Look at those pockets, too.
So it's
It's
his,
like a
his
foot-long sub in those pockets. They're huge.
Oh my god.
I'll be taking
his
this foot long to go.
wait, what?
Any.
I just love it how, like, in so many games, you just walk into the side of something and it would, it would injure or kill you.
Is
Well,
that
also,
the ultimate warrior there?
Good grief, this game's bloody. I love it.
Also, in most games, just touching enemies hurts you, so they have like some sort of corrosive hyper radiation on their flesh.
So, okay, what's the explanation of all the melting people? Is it because they're mutants or
I don't
zombies?
know.
You've just
They're just like they have like serious vitamin deficiency.
well, it's like you're transporting them into the realm of Splatterhouse 3's Game Over. See?
How would you know? Like, how many dudes have you punched?
I've only like gotten in one fight IRL, so.
And the guy didn't melt? You were doing
No, he complained to his mom, and then I got in trouble, and I also got a black eye, so and a torn contact. So that's
Well, I bet the reason why he didn't melt was that you didn't complete his health bar.
yeah.
This reminds
He
me
wasn't the
of
boss, so you couldn't see it.
This reminds me of a dream I had. It took place in prison. I thought it was supposed to be some sort of Fist of the North Star spin-off. It was like everyone was getting punched, and like their flesh was melting off, and they were being reduced to skeletons, and it was
Are
all
you sure
some
you
sort of-
weren't just watching Rikio or something?
It might have been influenced by that, but the thing of it is, it turns out this is a concept my subconscious created for a new Street Fighter game. Seriously.
It's funny you mentioned that because in the later part of Rikio, there's actually like a part where he fights a Nazi scientist who his like skin gets melted off and he fights his skeleton. And then
One day we're actually have to watch Rikio. It's pretty great.
well, I was gonna say read the manga because it gets really weird. It gets super like no, he basically finds out that his dad is Abraham and is a time traveler.
Wait, you mean the guy who tried to kill his son Isaac?
Yes,
Did
he
not
finds out
try.
that
he was
going to,
was
and then
ready
God's
to do
like,
it,
okay,
and then he
let's
was
go.
like, "I just want to make sure you were serious, man. I didn't want you to really do it."
That is a really confusing story.
It
Oh,
is.
you gotta, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say if you read the Old Testament, it makes sense why Jewish people are so neurotic.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat the hell out of this painting.
Very Castlevania.
Well, really, when you think about it, JoJo, the entire Old Testament can basically be summed up as God is a dick.
No, I think he's cool. It's like he's just really hardcore. And honestly,
Like
the people they totally ask for it. You know, they're just like it's like we've got we could pretty much just call God up on this box here. But I'm gonna go make up my own God and then go against everything he said not to do. Because, I mean, it's going to be perfectly fine. Then something bad happens, and it's like, okay, we promise we're not going to do... And then they do this.
I heard good things about that Dagon.
Yeah, it's like,
That Dagon, yeah. Like, I mean...
Man, Moloch? Holy crap. Like,
Yeah, or like...
did you hear about the benefits that his followers get? I mean...
Hey, give man the news, dude. That guy knows how to do
We got a
Well, it's like
401k.
I can
Yeah.
only think of like a bunch of people saying to God, like, "Hey, God, you're really awesome. We're worshiping you every week and all that. And we even made these cute little caricatures of you that we can bow our heads to." And then the response is that they all get struck down by holy lightning because they made an idol.
No, what it comes down to, though, is it was sort of like... I don't know, I understand the point of it. It's basically that people aren't perfect, and we're going to make really stupid mistakes over and over and over again. The only thing is, in the Old Testament, you didn't really get forgiven for it if you were sorry. But the thing was, it was kind of stupid of them, though, if you think about it, because it was like, I don't know, taking, they had a god in front of them, but then it's like they were going off and making, idols and shrines to their Sonic original character, and
Well, I mean, if you think, like, one of the dominant theories about the history of the Jews is that it was actually like kind of like a conglomerate, like slave religion, and so it was like whatever would kind of it would kind of follow them wherever they were currently enslaved. And of course, if you're enslaved by somebody, like your fellow slaves are going to be coming from all over the area. And so everybody comes into the religion and they're from other places, and they probably took their gods with them. So you'd have these like competitor gods that would be included in, so it's like there would be, I mean, I don't know whether nobody knows whether that was actually the case, but that's the best theory people have come up with. And it also is a way of explaining like all the missing tribes, because people are like, oh yeah, you're a Jew, you're just one of those missing tribes, and it's cool, and
that's where the Chinese Jews come from.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt, but apparently the reason we're talking about religion is that a game about zombies coming out of falling coffins and Dracula being pile-driven repeatedly by a guy with robot arms just wasn't interesting enough.
Yeah, the Belmonts are going about this all wrong.
Philosophy is useless, theology is personal.
Yeah, I think that's out of that game. Yeah, as I said, Dracula's not the final boss, surprisingly.
Actually, pretty much, I will say...
I like how the sun comes up when you beat him.
The only possible caveat I have to this game is that you pretty much fought all the different enemies you're going to fight in Stage 3 anyway. Although they do have different bosses up to the end.
Actually, I thought Stage 4 added some new enemies.
By the way,
doesn't it add the Mayan really guys after some point? Like, you start flying Mayans and such.
By the way, a quick question. Can I read off something the giant robot just said?
I forget.
Yeah.
So, there's an additional commandment that they actually forgot. Original character, thou shalt not steal. That's amazing.
I was going to say womp womp after.
Setup presents,
So this game just got covered in issue 101.
Oh, yeah.
Is this Amazon?
No,
this is Nosferatu.
Not only did this just get covered on HD 101, but also the fan subtitles for the 2-part episode of Game Center CX about this just got released this week too.
Oh, cool.
I hate to say it though, but
yes, it did become a 2-parter.
I hate to say this though, but 2003's Nosferatu: The Wrath of Malachi is better than this game, if only because you can carry 50 muskets at once and then just drop them after you fire one. It's like, oh, I've got 50 more of these. It's good. This is actually a really good game though. It's like one of the better cinematic platformers that I don't. Did we cover this one for what was it? Oh, Jesus. Blackthorn?
No, I don't think we talked about it.
There's also another one we didn't cover, that was released maybe a year after or a year before, I think, we did that one, and it was called Rocket Birds. It's actually really good. I recommend that one, too.
Wait, that's a cinematic platformer? Huh.
It is, yes, except you get a gun, and the gimmick there is you juggle enemies. If you hit them first, they'll go flying in the air, and you can just keep holding the trigger down. They'll just keep flopping around until they die.
Speaking of that, have you tried the single player version of that yet?
I've actually beaten the single player.
Oh,
it's really good. It's really, really good. Because there's these jetpack sequences.
Apparently this game got heavily delayed for some reason. It's gonna be like a launch game at one point.
Yeah, I remember it was displayed in the coming attractions of the first big Super NES.
I'm wondering if it was a technological thing, if the screenshots were actually cobbled together. The pre-rendered stuff was probably easy to do.
It's hard to say because this game being released in the mid to latter period of the SNES's lifespan, it looks like it is fitting for the era, but I can't really imagine this being released in 1991.
Well, this is kind of like RD Lightfoot. They just were released years afterwards. But yeah, one thing I was going to say is this game reminds me an awful lot of, another game by Sega, Bioforce 8. That one had kind of...
You got a good point there. They both have really good animation.
Well, yeah, I would be really surprised if the same people weren't available, or I'm sorry, working on it.
There's one detail about this game that I always loved, and that's that the game sort of switches into a pseudo slow motion when you do a finisher.
Yeah, it's a cinematic, it's a cinematic finisher.
It makes the punches feel really strong, and I love it.
The one thing this game is missing is performing a giant swing on kangaroos with human torsos where their pouches should be.
Oh,
Yes, the man-crotched kangaroos.
What the?
That is an amazing combination of words.
What game is this you're talking about?
Force Ape.
Oh,
It's
man.
funny. The actual game itself is actually crazier than the fake version.
The 2K money.
keep holding up, and remember to keep holding up on the chests,
Ah, thank you.
because you can get more than one. Also, those centipedes, you can't kill them, but you can jump on them, and then
Yeah,
it like
they'll wriggle around a little bit.
yeah.
This game is basically Prince of Castlevania.
Hey, I do have a question, Jojo. Do you know how to defeat the beholders? Because those things just ram into me.
Yeah, I have a really hard time with those.
I don't remember. I didn't get too
supposed to
far.
like
with this.
dodge them or something.
Yeah, this game looks
Well, I
ridiculously
saw-
good.
I saw on the Game Center CX episode that Arena was able to punch them, but I'm not sure if you can actually kill them.
You can knock them back, but they just keep slamming into you over and over again.
You just kind of have to duck and run.
Also,
I hope you know how to slide, by the way, because it's not obvious.
Yeah,
I have to denote, is Kyle the hero, like, descended from some line of warrior priest?
Crap.
Or is he just too cocky to not take a weapon with him?
I don't know. One thing I was gonna say is like he looks like the older
try that
brother in Goonies.
Oh, you mean
Josh
Corey Feldman? Wait, that wasn't Corey
Wait,
Feldman?
did you just
No,
die?
that was Josh.
yeah,
Oh,
those things
Feldman
do.
was
When
back.
did I
Yep,
miss
Josh
it?
Brolin.
Corey Feldman was
Crusher thing fell on me.
Yep.
Okay.
And short round was Data.
Yes.
Apparently you can unlock new moves to get enough red crystals, but I don't know what those would be.
There's like combos, but then there's even like some that are. It's hard to explain. There's some weird like
Combo system.
well, there was like a palm attack, like a there were a couple of attacks that weren't in the booklets the booklet, and it was in Game Fan. There was a like in the cheat section, they actually had a list of some other moves that weren't published, but then I couldn't find them in the Game Facts thing. So
It's surprising how big the move list is for a game like this.
oh yeah, after Game Center game.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably why they named it as such, or was that the actual name in the Japanese version too?
No, I forget what that was called. Like I'd have to check and see. That was probably a like reference to what's it called?
What I'm just saying is I'm surprised how many moves are in a game like this. Things like Prince of Persia, like one attack ever.
I can't help but wonder, though, do the moves actually have any gameplay purpose, or is it just to make the combos look cool?
They're stronger. Like there's some attacks that you do the combos and stuff, and it does a significant amount.
I forget.
more
Do you have
damage.
unlimited lives or limited?
Oh, there's unlimited
Those
continues.
things.
Okay.
I forget what the
The Japanese version has limited credits.
Really, I didn't know that.
They must have removed that limit in the US version.
Well, I can see why. That was actually a change for the better.
You know what? I'm just not gonna bother with the secret rooms this time. I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah, it's got limited credits, but apparently there is also a stage select cheat that I'm not sure if is in the US version or not.
Well, that's not fair.
But it's rather telling that on the Game Center episode, the assistant player actually gave the cheat to him after only one game over. And naturally, he's like, well, this doesn't bode well.
I forget how you slide. That took me like a long ass time. to figure
You have to hit down and attack while you're running.
out. Just gotta be patient with these crushers.
Somebody's eating chips.
Oh, sorry. Well,
Oh my god, I was
the gum.
I didn't even
just
think
gonna
about it
say-
because I hear that sound all the time around me. So.
just gonna say it's probably Weasel, and then it actually was.
Well, we could just edit that out with like more foul-sounding chewing noises. Just smack our lips and. No, it's okay.
I had some gum at my desk and couldn't resist taking a piece.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think we should, if we have to edit stuff like that out, we should just make it worse, because really.
You know, if we gotta edit stuff out, I'm gonna say this joke.
No, don't do it.
No, I was just gonna say.
It is not worth it.
Are those hanging
I was
corpses?
no, I was just gonna say.
That's pretty
it's always
dark for
worse.
a,
It's always worse
especially for
than
Super
you
Nintendo
anticipated.
game.
What is this place? Keep your eyes peeled. What is this place? What is this place?
Oh,
Don't go there,
they
man.
actually said it.
No, it's not too
Herd
far.
events.
It's not far.
Oh boy, yeah. So we'll just cut out this whole section with Nosferatu and replace it with some mewling kittens.
That is a really
That's a really good move.
silly walking Frankenstein. I like
Did you
that.
hear that?
You know what? Where's my cat purr generator? I'm gonna put that on for a while.
That was so bad that my wife actually came in from the other room to scold me for that. Yeah. So.
I just love how many incidental animations this game has. Like, if you walk into a wall, actually put up his hand in front of it, and that's just really cool to me.
There we are.
Yeah, the graphics and the animation are really good.
It's pretty good, yeah.
I wonder what this game looked like in 1991 or whenever this does come out.
About the same, but that's the thing. I honestly suspect, because this looks contemporary with the era. That's the weird part. I can't imagine this coming out when it was supposed to, because it, like the pre-rendered graphics, that was right about when that was sort of starting to catch on. I'm wondering if the tech was just too far advanced for the era or something weird, or they had budgetary issues.
I doubt it. If they could, they were just.
Oh yeah, if you have more than 3 crystals, apparently you get a jump kick like this. So that must be a movie unlock.
Ghost train.
Just make sure you can kill this guy before the moon turns full.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
I'm not sure if you can help it, actually.
You know, it's funny. Like, there's some New York City like metro lore for you. Like, there really is a G train, and it almost never arrives anywhere or goes anywhere.
Crap.
And so it is known as the ghost train.
I'm sorry,
So,
that's from me.
What
I
happens
live next to
Yeah.
train tracks.
Well, you get on it. Like, here's the weird thing about the G train. It runs off. It barely runs at all, but it's the only train that connects Queens to Brooklyn, even though those are like the only 2 boroughs that are physically touching each other. But it's the only train that connects the 2, but it runs on the worst, most inconvenient, like longest schedule ever. Sometimes I feel like it's sometimes over an hour between trains, which is weird for a subway. And the stations are like the least convenient stations in the whole city. So like, even if you get on a train, when you get off, you're like gonna have to walk like 20 minutes to get to wherever you're going. It's really weird, but it's like, well, nobody knows. Nobody even knows why it's there, because it might as well not be there. And it's like it's the shortest train as well. Like, there's the least amount of cars. So sometimes, like, you'll be waiting for the G train, and you'll see it stop, but it'll be so far down the platform that you'll never make it unless you actually sprint. So, you really have to know what you're doing to catch the G train. And there are people who live, who commute using stations where the G train will stop that will swear they've never seen it. It's like it's that bad. So I don't know why it exists.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. It sounds like it's inconvenient to get on. It doesn't run very often. Is it just too cheap not to run it, or is it too expensive not to run it, or something?
No. It's just the MTA. Like the MTA is like it's the transit authority in the area. They're a weird like pseudo private corporation, but they're kind of a government corporation, and they have they're allowed to keep like 3 different sets of books, one of which is completely private, another of which is used for labor negotiations, and that's the one that says they're always broke, yet they have millions of riders every day. It's crazy. It's a crazy contraption of a transit authority.
And I'm back.
So nobody really knows why anything is the way it is. It just kind of is.
That map screen was incredibly Castlevania. And B, I do like that they start you off right before the boss if you die there. It's nice.
Yeah.
Mercy.
Oh yeah, these are things Storm was talking about, I think.
Oh hey, they're basically like the flea men.
This would be the Beholder. Knocks you over and breaks a crystal.
Wow, what a jerk.
You're just supposed to slide under it, I assume. I don't think you can beat it.
Or it's not advisable to.
Yeah, it's just pointless too. This is usually where the game starts to give me trouble, and this is only the second stage. I think I've beaten it at least once, though.
Yeah, it gets really difficult really quickly. A little compensation for having infinite tries.
I hate that this game has such like
it doesn't have infinite tries.
This game gives you like some pretty tight time limits. I don't really like that.
Well, you're supposed to open all the treasure chests, I assume. That seems like the most likely explanation, because those usually give you time. Or a crystal, or something useful.
Oh man, that was a close one.
Yeah, that's a nice feature that you can just grab the walls as you slide down.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure if you're going to make it to the second boss, so can I spoil what that is?
Go for it.
A pair of apes. Perhaps Bioforce ones.
My god.
Crap.
Are they actually the apes from Bioforce Ape?
Nah, not even close, but, now they're actually more like those twin robots from level 3 of Contra 3. Oh, shoot.
The Dark Apes. You know, there's actually a German FPS game called Dark Apes, and from what I understand, it's pretty dire, but it might have been appropriate for this stream. Actually, I think it was German. I have to go look.
Are you talking the Dark Eye?
No, it's called Dark Apes. That is literally the name of an FPS game. That is a game that actually exists. I found it out from an obscure FPS website ages ago. And it looks like it's actually on Moby Games these days, so you can actually look at this game yourself. Bask in its, whatever you want to call it, low budgetness.
So, while we've got, looks like, giant robots in the chat.
He is, yes.
He's a regular. Welcome to, has a Zillion or Mitch Zero been?
Zillion was around for the PS1 stream, I believe.
Okay.
I think I've seen Mitch Zero a couple times too.
Yeah, I think Zillion might have even stopped on the IRC at one point or two. I'm not so sure though.
I think Mitch might have also. I'm not sure if he said anything.
Both names do ring bells though. The gyro robot says, "Oh man, Xerxes Senpai noticed me."
Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with that Frankenstein, he's a jerk.
Don't eat the fugu, and instead go ugu.
I believe it was Dire 51 who brought up how ridiculous it was that this guy beats evil just by punching everything to death.
You know,
yep. Pile the idiots.
You know, it'd be funny if that was literally the most effective way to just deal with all these evil forces. Like, you could just punch out Dracula like he's got like a glass jaw, but no one does that, and so
He's a vampire. He's only weak against a stake through the heart, silver bullets, or you could just punch him in the face.
But does he just not feel
our main
punch him in the
character
face
may
until he
be a
dies. That's
hemlock
another way
master.
of killing him, yeah.
Well, if he's using like Reiki or something, you know, like he's got spirit energy training or something like that, then.
Just because they're not.
Dracula doesn't have time for that stuff.
Just because they're physically immortal doesn't mean they don't feel pain. You can
No,
still
he's
get
using
them.
he's a humble master. That's what it is.
You can still give him the vertical duty or whatever it was.
Yeah, because in JoJo, like basically, if you use this breathing training, then you can channel sunlight through, you know, these attacks and kill vampires. So it's probably.
Wait, Xerxes, what was that one weird Buddhist torture method thing you mentioned a while ago, the vertical duty or whatever?
I don't know what any of that stuff is. I don't think anyone does.
Yeah, well, Dracula, whatever the vertical duty is, Dracula's probably still weak to it.
Well, no, it was the grass duty, right? that was the one that nobody could figure. I still can't figure out. I kind of understand what the other tortures were.
I'm betting Dracula.
Mowing the lawn with a dagger. That's probably what it is.
I was like, in my mind, it's like, I know this is an anachronism because nobody knew what a lawnmower was like 5,000 years ago, but like in my mind, it's like some guy holding you up like a three-legged race, you know? Or no, like a wheelbarrow race, right? Where he's like holding up your legs, and then you just have to mow the grass with your teeth while he like pushes you around on your hands.
Actually, there was a Stephen King story about that.
Oh, I thought you meant duty is in duty, not duty is in work.
Oh, no. I didn't, the translation I was reading said D-U-T-Y.
Oh!
So yeah, that's the issue. You probably are being used like a lawnmower.
Like, the whole time I thought it was like D-O-O-D-Y, just like big white.
I don't know. I don't know what...
They have you cut someone's lawn with like a grass or with like a shaving razor or something. That could work though. That'd be bad. Either one.
That's not really... That's just like tedious though. Like, I think they're all like tortures.
Did you see or did you ever read the Lawnmower Man story?
No.
Story.
Yeah, the story. It's about like a guy hires a guy to mow his lawn, and it's actually like a satyr, and he kind of just like walks around on his hands, eating the grass.
Wait, is this the same sort of same movie?
Yeah, that's why. Like, it's like Stephen King. Yeah, exactly. They
killed by a. I got killed by a gate. I think that's a good point to stop.
Yeah,
pretty well.
When you make it to Gate World, you went far enough.
It is a terrible thing that your adventures have ended here. Now watch while I bite your girlfriend in the shoulder.
It's really well animated with sprite scaling. Oh.
Just got NTR'd by Dracula.
And that's terrible. Like
I know I'm gonna play next.
See, that's why the Japanese one didn't have the continues. It's so they could, get off on the NTR aspect.
It's okay. She really liked Twilight.
She just, like Kyle's just like sitting over there crying, watching, Dracula do his woman.
How is that a thing? Jesus Christ.
So here's why
it's a fetish, Xerxes. You wouldn't understand. No, but that's like a big thing in Japan right now, as far as like hentai and stuff goes, because they like the feeling of impotence and helplessness or something.
Really?
Yeah,
I wish I could get used to it because it's just
I know.
not.
It's like, I'm like, okay, you want to read this shit? I have to deal with that every day at work.
Yeah, exactly.
Pardon me, Mike. I set my Saturn emulator.
Man, somebody enjoys this?
Yeah.
Tell you what.
I guess it's true that if it exists, somebody has it as a fetish.
Lucky. It's the easiest one.
That said, though, I challenge somebody to find porn that involves people obsessively labeling things with a Dymo Impact labeler.
What about...
No, but I saw one where they used a Brother P-Touch.
What?
That is alarmingly specific.
P-Touch?
What about...
No, Brother P-Touch is this... it's like a labeler thing that they had infomercials about back in the 90s, so I was...
it basically prints actual like ink labels on adhesive backing.
Impact labelers are so much cooler.
It's not as awesome as an impact labeler by virtue of it doesn't look like it's out of the 80s, and it doesn't involve pressing really, really, really hard with
I
your
apologize.
fingers.
I'm having trouble getting this thing set up. This is Saturn emulator.
Wait, which game is this?
I'm trying to run Mr. Bones. I'm having a hard time with SSF.
Hey, I was going to ask, do you have that Frankenstein CC4 game?
No, that's one of those games that scares me too much.
What's SSF doing to you right now?
I can't seem to run this ISO.
Well,
was it running earlier?
Is it telling you the disk isn't suitable for the system?
It says the drive's empty.
You need to mount it actually for SSF to work.
I did though.
Is SSF pointed to the right disk drive?
How do I check that?
Go into the options. I think there is a tab specifically for CD, and it'll have a drop-down box.
Yeah, let me try this one.
Oh. Yeah, DT Soft BD-ROM is probably the one that's for daemon tools. Because it's probably trying to look for a disk in your actual disk drive.
Yeah, SSF
you will need to quit and restart SSF for the change to take.
Yeah, let me try that. How do you bring up the view boxes on this again? I can't see them.
Oh, Control Q toggles the brackets on and off on live stream.
There we go. Now we got it going.
I don't know why they chose that key combination of all things, but...
So this game is why the PlayStation 1. Also,
PlayStation 1 what?
Was.
Oh, you said 1 as in one,
Whoa.
yes.
Oh man, the compression is broken.
Beautiful.
I guess you could just
Of course, Bob, you say that this is the reason the PlayStation...
Oh my god, it's a skull!
No!
That is the smuggest skull I think I've ever seen. That is just the biggest...
This skull's looking at you like he's like, yeah? You like that grilled cheese sandwich? I spit in it.
Hey, you guys have my keys.
It came back.
So I played this game like once, and it's basically impossible. So I'm not going to get anywhere in this game. I'll tell you that now.
What? Okay, I am shocked, good sir, that this game would be an impossible mess of a game to play. I mean, it's set the bar so high with that grinning skull on the title screen.
I remember reading about like EGMs back in the day. From what I understand, reviews were mixed. It was a pretty straightforward platformer of the era that had good music.
Skull. He looks like he's watching you about to like eat some nachos that you just dumped cat food into. So please proceed. Like, you like those nachos? Huh? You like those nachos, buddy? Yeah? Tasty? A little gamey? Yeah? Yeah?
I know you just said something
like
about
fish?
cat food, but I'm still hungry
Yeah?
now.
Yeah? I put cat food in your nachos, dude. Mr. Bones.
Hang on a second. I don't think this is running. Let me reset it real quick.
Yeah.
Clearly, this game is too powerful for Saturn emulation. That skull is just too
See,
powerful.
this is why I don't like Saturn emulation.
Yeah.
Gonna give this game one more shot. I apologize in advance.
Really imperfect.
At
no
some
big
point, I need to just own a modded Sega Saturn or something, because I'm tired of this.
My name is Mr. Bones, and you just got boned.
I hope you enjoy the title screen. Get to see it again.
Boned.
Was this by the Sega Technical Institute, or?
This was by
some weird company.
I think it was published by Sega, but developed by some people I've never heard of.
Mr. Bones Disambiguation video game. Developed by Zono Incorporated and was based in Costa Mesa, California.
This is the most mindless intro I have ever seen to a game, so I have to give Mr. Bones kudos for that. This is just everything but the 90s in one intro.
Got some hacky sack.
They're perhaps better known for a real-time strategy game called Metal Fatigue, the PC port of Forgotten Realms Demon's Stone, and the canceled Nintendo 64 game Freak Boy.
What's the Freak Boy have been about? I have to wonder now.
Midnight.
I can imagine it's more like
Day one of a new world.
They also did History Channel's Alamo.
I can't tell. Is it live action or CGI? The guy's face.
What? Is there a game called
It's
Alamo?
Yeah, it's like some sort of weird hybrid thing going on here. Green screen.
What was the Alamo the video game like?
Was it a first-person shooter?
You always lose.
It might have been.
You always lose.
Well, yes. If I can dig up any information about the History Channel games.
Well, let me skip this.
Because I remember the Civil War game. I remember the World War II
This is
game.
the worst Ted Nugent concert ever.
This game
But
apparently
I
a
remember
strategy
that the
game of
engine
some
got
sort.
borrowed.
I
for
swear I
the
actually
Civil
ran this
War
game before.
No, just keep at it, and you can get it to run.
The History
Seriously,
Channel.
that guy looked like
Fight.
what's his name? Clint Howard with a goatee.
He did.
God bless Clint Howard, man. Is there ever any guy who's been so willing to share his weird face with America?
I apologize. I don't think this is running.
I don't think anything can top that intro anyway, so...
I apologize,
That's
guys.
as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On to the next thing, I guess.
To be fair, I've heard that Mr. Bones as a game is pretty unremarkable.
The
So
spookiest thing is technical difficulties. Woo!
we may, in fact, have done everybody a favor by not showing it.
But I got something else in mind anyway. Let me...
Like, I have never once seen Mr. Bones actually in action.
Nightmare on Elm Street, the DOS game. That's an interesting choice.
I remember.
Is this by High-Tech Expression?
This is by Westwood, actually.
Oh. That's
Westwood?
I want to say this game was covered on Night Mockery.
It was, actually.
Yes. I believe it was also very...
No, I do not wish to use a mouse. That's a very polite prompt there.
I think this one is specifically based on Nightmare on Elm Street 3, which has the fantastic welcome your big break in TV.
Isn't just Freddy look really embarrassed about something?
That's the face that Freddy has when he just farted. That's the face. That is the face of a man who just ripped a big one.
And he knows it too.
It's like, yeah, but you want to get a whiff of this.
Let's see,
You
I
should
guess
play as Joey because he is Freddy now.
Wait, why wouldn't you want to play as Joey? He's clearly Freddy.
I know, right? Like,
As Joey, right?
can you imagine what would happen if you unleashed Freddy Krueger? And
Oh,
Freddy
no,
Krueger?
they're all
Like,
Freddy.
Freddy Krueger would kick Freddy Krueger's ass.
Apparently, if you wait too long, one of the characters dies. So.
So yeah, first part of this game is you have to run around town and find Freddy's house. Also, apparently he's giant.
That is a really, really smooth walking animation there that you have.
Why are we like a guy off of like a stop sign or something, or like one of those?
Green dog.
So yeah, now we found Freddy's house, and now the game comes Gauntlet.
Oh, I see. Monarch was the publisher, not the developer. So yes, Westwood made this. And the only trivia this game has on Moby Games is, due to limited distribution, A Nightmare on Elm Street is very hard to find.
Oh, okay. So does this literally play like Gauntlet now, or are you actually like...
Well, it's a top-down action game.
Okay. I was gonna say, are you like gonna be throwing axes at ghosts and stuff?
Now, is this the one where you could transform into different forms, like in the what was it, the Dream Master, the one where there was the crippled kid that turned into a wizard, and then Freddy threw a wheelchair at him?
I think you actually play as a kid in this one.
That's pretty awesome. Oh yeah, you're right. It's a nerd kid.
Threw a wheelchair.
So no one ever talks about this version or the NES version, and there might be a reason for that. Neither of those versions are ever that great, but...
There's the now the NES version. There's some debate whether this was, they just had a couple of mock-up screens because of it didn't look like it would have been possible on the NES, but they had some screenshots that were in magazines of a version where you're playing as Freddy and you were going to kill the kids, and it kind of looked like almost like Beetlejuice on the NES.
Do you have a link to that?
I'll have to find that for you later. But yeah, they some people were saying, I forget where it was. I was reading it. They're like, yeah, that's a mock-up, but it showed like Freddy turned into a snake, and they said that would not have been technically possible because of the size of the sprite.
Wasn't Snake Freddy a boss in the NES version?
Yeah, but the way that he was drawn on the screen and stuff like that,
he's too big.
Yeah, they were saying, yeah, it would not have worked. Plus, there were other sprites on the screen at the same time, and it would have flickered. So they're saying, yeah, that was probably just a mock-up. But I don't know about you guys. I think that would have been fun to play as Freddy.
I'm not actually sure how I actually get out of this level.
Would the B button have been the pun button? Like you have to let loose the pun before you kill the child?
Well, it depends on what movie he was. They were basing it off of. If it was the second game, though, the B button would be something homoerotic happens, and then the A button would be something homoerotic happens.
The second film is considered to be one of the worst, right?
I'll be honest.
I kind of liked it. It's horrible, but it's like, holy shit! Did you guys really go there? And they're like, yeah, actually, that was what we were intending to do.
I've never seen any beyond the first one. Actually,
I've never seen any. I'll be honest though. I cannot take Freddy seriously as a character because he just seems like a wacky troll pun master.
Well, in the original film, he was actually pretty creepy. That's the thing. It's like they
he was a child molester, and I think it was like the fourth movie he started doing the puns more, and then it was real weird because it's like with that and Jason, like those two series, there's a real limited, I guess, like most people think of just certain parts of those, and they really weren't the main parts of those, because like Friday the 13th, Jason really wasn't in a lot of those movies. It was like his mom in the first one, and then later on, like there was it Corey Haim?
Oh, I've actually got some advice from a friend. He says top left switch, far top left on the wall.
Top left.
Oh, I see it now.
Okay, I'm at like the.
There's a switch?
Yeah, there's a switch on the wall. I see it now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I completely missed that. Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's well set
lock
up.
the door.
It's not obvious.
Also, I'm not. Should I mention this person's name or?
If he wants to, go for it.
I've dropped the logs in the chat, by the way.
Okay. Let's see who this person is.
That's a fair.
Oh yeah, that's probably why you didn't bring up the name. Okay, that's good, and I can see why now.
Womp womp.
So thanks anyway to our mystery guest person, special guest person mystery thing.
Is his name that bad?
Why? Is it because he's called the hentai Nazi?
Yes.
Oh, that guy.
Well, we've said his name on here already, so there's
Well,
precedent.
honestly, Joe can get away with it.
Yeah.
But
I am insulted, and
I am shocked and appalled.
How's
Yes.
that?
I like how you can open the door and then the entire wall just
the entire
disappears.
wall folds in, yeah, gauntlet style.
Freddy needs to take better care of his house.
This is
Like-
Freddy's house?
Yeah,
Freddy's
apparently.
a friggin' ridiculous house.
Well, I guess that's what
I guess-
happens when you work in a boiler room all the time. It
My
can't help you.
contractor was a jackass. Bitch.
Did you just?
I like
quoting
how
Rick
they,
and Morty?
Rick and Morty, they kept quoting, or they kept having him say "bitch."
Instead of puns, he couldn't come up with anything clever.
Well, he does not come up with anything clever. If you've seen the movies, it's not clever.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's
No,
stupid.
he's not.
Faster than a maniac bastard. More powerful than a loco nutcase. It's Super Freddy.
The second Nightmare on Elm Street. I know you mentioned it, but that's the best one.
I like it because it's kind of like X-Men. It's just a big like gay parable.
Much worse, much more so. Like,
Wait, I zoned out for a second. Gay X-Men? What's this now?
Oh, come on, man. I mean, X-Men is totally about being gay.
Oh, well, yeah, Wolverine and Cyclops had a lot of chemistry in the first two.
No, it's about being like,
well,
it's
Wolverine
like,
is the gayest character in superhero comics for sure.
Well, he has slept with a lot of women, though.
Well, he basically he
Yeah, what's
died
gayer
by
than
like.
that?
Well, have you seen how he died? They basically had him get adamantium bukkake.
Wait, he's dead?
Did
Oh,
this
yeah.
happen?
He's dead for like a month.
Anytime,
He's
Real
dead,
comics?
quote unquote.
years.
Adamantium bukkake. That's a
Yeah.
word combination.
He
Just
got
when
he got killed because he like for whatever reason he cut open a tank of adamantium and then like it splashed all over him. So he like had like it seemed like 30 minutes to go kill people before it hardened. So he went and he killed some guy and then he went up on a roof. And then he just kind of like kneeled down, and it looked like he just got totally cream pie, or like just blasted by about 7 Japanese guys.
Was he mostly naked?
Oh my god.
No, but yeah, he lost his healing factor, and that's why, like, they were just making a big deal. It's like, yeah, he's gonna die.
Why do they call it a healing factor? It's not a factor. It's like a thing that he does.
Healing
It's not a
thing.
factor.
Healing thing just doesn't.
It's a
affect
healing
someone
factor.
right.
Like you fail to like factor in the fact that I can heal from anything. It's like the O'Reilly factor.
Yes, the
Like,
wheelchair. Holy shit, it's an enemy in this game.
Excellent.
Wait, what's the reference to the wheelchair?
The wheelchair is like what they use to attack the handicapped kid.
Oh, right.
Throw a wheelchair.
I mean, that was just so non-PC. I love stuff like that.
Take that, handicapped people, in your face.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like he was a wizard. The kid was like a wizard in his dream, and then Freddy throws this like flaming wheelchair at him, and he blows it up, and then I forgot how he kills the kid though. But
The actor who did that apparently really enjoyed that. Like they didn't like hire some regular person. They hired somebody who was actually in a wheelchair, right?
Huh. I didn't know that.
I think they did. Yeah. Or at least all the interviews I've seen with him, he's in a wheelchair. I don't know.
I read an interview with the guy that they hired a real gay guy to play the gay guy in the second movie.
Yeah, in the second one, yeah. Well, he was openly gay. So he was like one of the few openly gay teen
exactly.
or like young male actors in Hollywood at the time.
Plug that into the 320 Alex.
Yeah, this actually looks a lot better than the NES game, Zillion T. I'm gonna be honest, this actually looks playable.
It's the hardest part is you don't really know where you're going ever.
The animation looks pretty decent, honestly. For AGA, it's not bad.
So is this
looking
like
at all.
this is basically a Nightmare on Elm Street roguelike, I just realized. Are these houses randomized?
No, I don't think it's randomized.
Okay, well it's close enough.
Like I said, it's basically Gauntlet.
It looks like a cross between Gauntlet. Yeah, exactly. It's very Gauntlet-y, but except you don't really get to like throw axes and eat floor turkey.
Why are you in like the booger zone now?
I don't know.
Wow.
Man, Freddy really should have cleaned his nose.
Why is there a cup of tea in the booger zone?
That's actually coffee, I assume, to keep you up.
Yeah,
You hear
coffee
Kincaid
gives you health.
screaming.
You hear Kincaid screaming from 6 levels away.
Oh god, this place is so tacky.
Okay, so like they just randomly take damage to their soul, I guess.
Yeah, your soul's your health, and coffee gives you health.
Wait, which movie is this based on?
3, I think.
Third
Fourth.
one, yeah.
I thought it
No,
was the
the
fourth one.
The third one was Dream Warriors.
The third one was the one with all the Where's the one with the heroin addict hero?
Oh, that
number
was
3?
the third. Yeah.
She might be playable in this one, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Taryn. That's
Like, I'm playing as, I think, Nancy was the main character, I think.
Yeah, she's the main character of the first, and she survived over in the third, but I learned she does the spoilers.
Which is the one with the meatballs on the pizza?
That one was 4. I learned that from my rocker.
Which was the one where someone got killed with a power glove?
6th. How do I know this? I'm not even
Yeah,
a giant
the
horror
sixth
buff.
one is one where that was the one with Super Freddy too, wasn't it? Or was that 5?
Yeah. Now I'm playing with power.
That one
Yeah.
I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I'm supposed to be in that room. 'cause
So
I'm not-
what? When he used the power glove, did he punch him so hard they like dissolved into pixels?
Actually, JoJo, yeah, 5 was the one with the comic book writer.
That was funny. The guy turned into like this guy in a trench coat. And...
Yeah, I have no idea where I'm going, I'll be honest.
I always thought it'd be funny if like Freddy came to kill me and he like ended up in one of my dreams and he's like, "Holy shit, your subconscious is boring." It's like, take this. Now you're washing dishes, bitch. But one of the dishes is gonna bite you. God.
Someone will leave a fork sticking up and it'll be kind of rusty.
Yeah. You got tetanus, bitch.
Yeah, I don't know.
I look like scrambled eggs wearing a sweater.
I'm beef jerky in a hat.
I'm actually very low tier, Mortal Kombat 9!
Come to think of it, has anybody ever done a parody of the Final Destination movies where instead of people having increasingly implausible deaths, they just have increasingly implausible, inconvenient things happen to them?
Wow, that's a very incredibly rude nun right there.
That was a nice try for a punk.
That's funny, because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a picture of Freddy up there, but this file must have been corrupted, so that happens.
It's a spawn.
You know what's interesting though? Like the best way to not have Freddy kill you is to just get super drunk every night, because then you will sleep, but you won't dream. No, like if you your body will have to burn off the alcohol before you can actually dream, and so you just won't dream. Like you just get totally wasted every single night. So really, like all these like partying teens should have no problem. You know?
I guess the twist there is that it destroys their liver, and that's his true revenge.
You got cirrhosis, bitch.
Ooh.
The first level boss is better in the Game Boy.
Kid Dracula, you probably shouldn't be. Okay. Sure.
Shouldn't be talking.
He's Alucard technically, and he's only half a Dracula, so he can stay out in the sun for a little while.
Oh, hey, an English translation. Also, the first stage music is actually a much bouncier version of the beginning of the first stage Castlevania 3 music. It took me a while to actually realize it.
So wait, is the gameplay version like a port or a sequel to this?
It's a sequel. It's got some similar parts, but
Wow, this game actually manages to move slower than the original Castlevania. So
it's kind of like what the Game Boy Bionic Command did.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, it's not quite a remake, but
hey, it can shoot up. How many NES games actually?
And you can duck. That didn't really help.
Didn't Contra let you shoot in 8 directions?
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
But well, that and Castlevania games. So
yeah, for Castlevania, that's to shoot up infinitely without having to bring an axe along with you is indeed a superpower.
yeah, well, I'm not going to spoil it for the people that haven't seen the first level boss, but yep, it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's better in the Game Boy version though, because there's actually an extra phase to that battle, and it's hilarious.
Hey, Jojo, if you explain that when we get there, it actually reminds me of a bit from Dynamite Head, believe it or not.
But yeah, Tonic is one of this
what part you're talking about.
Yeah, it is. I got from Wrong Heavy Dog. That's pretty useful.
You know, I have to ask, just because I'm seeing it on here, what is the first game that has a character mugshot on the status bar that updates in real time? Because he's very Doom guy down there.
Yeah, like he gets the rage face.
Testing.
That's no questions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
did you lose connection, or?
Yeah, am I
I
okay?
didn't know this. Yeah,
It's still going.
We must
I didn't know
this mixed up call.
Probably Skype decided to poop a brick or something.
Yeah, Tonic says this game reminds him a lot of Mega Man. It is very Mega Man-esque.
It looks a little bit better than Mega Man.
Is it Mega Man X-esque?
Nah, it's not cool enough for that.
There you go. There's a tongue twister. X-esque.
You know, it's funny, when people talk about extreme games of the 90s, no one brings up Mega Man X, which is like the most 90s remake you could possibly have of Mega Man.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, they even introduced like a brand new character whose entire purpose is to be better than Mega Man and have long flowing anime hair and a rocking theme song. and you don't get to play as him for
Until the
like
third
2
game.
full games.
Although I do remember it was the original concept that Zero was going to be the main character first.
I wonder
So-
how they changed that.
That's a
Isn't
good
that was
question.
like X about the classic games?
Nah, not really.
X is just a lot more playable in my opinion because they have a lot of neat little touches like the upgrades.
The initial X games, the SNES X games have held up better on the whole. Well, yeah, they have a lot more dimension.
It's coming.
Oh, I think Joe's starting to come up.
Oh, good lord.
Is this what I think it is?
It's a clan, baby!
They had to on the Game Boy.
This
it's
boss
a lot
fight
harder to
directed
see,
by
but-
D.W. Griffith.
Yes. The American one, yeah.
Yeah, I can see why they took it out of the American one. It's kind of obvious.
But you were saying that there's another phase in the Game Boy version?
Yeah, there's like 3 of them instead of just
I'm
the baby
assuming
and the
they,
dad. Yeah.
I'm assuming they take out that swastika or kanji or.
Well, no, I mean the swastika's in the Japanese version of it, but like there's a third one. There's like a grandpa, and he's invincible, and he's like swinging a cane at you, and you have to jump over him until he kind of like just has a heart attack and falls down dead, and then the other 2 come back on screen to carry him off.
Oh, so it is like that boss in Dynamite Hitty.
Yeah, so it's
really
like three generations of hate.
Yeah, the really creepy mechanical baby face that becomes a boy, then becomes a man, then becomes an old guy that just dies if he grabs you.
Now this
Dodge
is
him, though, if you
Yeah,
dodge
you can outrun him, and then the Dino, the stagehand, is beneath it for a secret bonus point to kill
hey,
him.
real quick before this ends. This is a Kujibiki. That's a Japanese lottery.
Oh, cool.
Oh, is that what they call those?
Yeah.
I guess.
'Cause I usually associated these more with the fancier bingo sets.
Well, it's they probably have a different name in English.
Well, they say like 4 or 5 lives of that. I'm getting this game is going to be very hard.
It's not supposed
bad.
to be.
And actually, the final level does get pretty rocky.
It does, yeah.
Yeah,
Robot head.
Okay, maybe I'm a little bit wrong.
it's tricky. Yeah.
You just fall to a pit.
I can be mistaken.
Oh, can't defeat Airman.
Sine wave enemy, Konami style.
At least they're not Medusa heads.
They're bigger
Then
than
I
Medusa
imagine-
heads, though. Do you see how big their hitbox is?
Well, then again, this would probably strike back more flashbacks of anybody who's ever played Ninja Gaiden to the end.
Any Castlevania game. I mean, this is.
Oh, hey, they're
Well, it's specifically the Eagles. The Eagles are the thing I've always heard the most complaints about in Ninja Gaiden.
It's always birds are always the worst enemies.
That
Oh,
which
Eagles, like they're more like the owls in Castlevania because they kind of wait, right? Or
no, they come at you pretty
No.
quickly.
they the sine wave pattern, or
They like fly right in the line at you, and like they speed up as they get closer. If you jump over
That's
them,
right, yeah.
sort of inertia carries them back as they turn around. and
So
speed.
these are more like the Medusa head enemies. Then.
Yeah. I mean, behaviorally, yeah, but I'm just thinking their form over their function. Then again, I'm a weird person, and whatever, I should probably shut up.
You're fine. This might take me a second.
Yeah, it's all about the timing.
Meanwhile, I still have this cat purr generator going in the background, and I think I've had
forget
it
it.
going for the last couple of hours.
I need
No,
something.
you're supposed to drop down after you get up one of the things.
If it's any consolation, I'm actually transferring more programs to that old on top.
Wait, probably. The platform
Yes,
gets
no,
to the
don't
top
drop it.
to the left. And when the other platforms on the left are stopped, you jump over. Man, it's
I
actually
really want to get that hard, but I don't think I can.
You have to jump up the 3 of
Wait, I
those
think I
things
got
to
it.
drop down, Bob. There's 3 of these gears.
Is Zillion's noticing a lot of slowdown. I think he's kind of right, sadly. I mean, this game looks great for an NES game. It's pretty kind of flickery.
Yeah.
Well, they were brushing up against the limitations of the NES, so...
I mean, there's only so much you can do with the stripped down 6502 and 4 kilobytes of RAM.
It's kind of interesting, though. A lot of early Genesis games were basically just like souped up NES games. Like the Batman game. The first Batman game was really weird. Monorail.
Genuine electrified 6-car, something monorail.
Takes me back that far.
Ring off my footing can. Oh shoot.
Take my penknife, my good man.
Crap.
My favorite character is the scientist in that one. I shouldn't have stopped for that haircut.
Wow, now I think I realized why they gave me so many lives.
This is all that remains of the crappiest train of a beer.
Was he deliberately modeled off of Mr. Freezer? No, it must have been before he got
He's more like Andy Warhol, kinda, in terms of look.
And may the force be with you.
Do you even know who I am?
Sure I do. Weren't you one of the little rascals?
My favorite line though is, besides I call the big one Bitey, which is the best one. But
I should start using the sprite shot a little more. It might help.
My favorite line is where Lunar Nimoy says, "A solar eclipse. The cosmic ballet goes on." Does somebody want to change seats? The cosmic ballet.
Why am I so terrible at this game?
It's harder to...
The world needs laughter.
Like, I think there's some point in my streams, like a certain time limit, that I stop being good at games.
Yeah, you're just kind of not being patient.
If you need to move on.
It's usually called like turning like 28, 29.
Then again, I never... 8-bit games never were my thing. I've always been a 16-bit and up guy.
So I only have about 2.5 years left before it goes horribly wrong.
It really does. Like, suddenly you'll start to
Good
suck.
game, but I'm not getting more in this.
Man, getting old sounds terrible.
Infuriate you.
Oh well, at least I have time to go to different pursuits by then.
Let's see.
So why don't we
else, though?
done something prevents you? I mean, we just let time do this to us.
Write books.
What am I gonna do next? I know. Since we already played not Castlevania, let's do more not Castlevania.
No. This,
you talking
this one is
vampire?
Tetris Sports kicking
Yes, he is.
Oh, this is the one with Dr. Social in it, isn't it?
Dr. Ferdinand Social. That is the best worst name for a hero.
I've heard worse. Like, Hiro Miyamoto, Superfly Johnson.
Tiger Tanaka.
I love that. There was a Something Awful article about Daikatana. I think it was an actual review that gets me every single time because it tries to explain what exactly happened to John Romero. And the going theory was that it was pod people.
On the other hand, the hidden messages in Doom 2 imply that being bizarrely arrogant was always one of his specialties.
Yes, I found it. It's like the relevant quote is just a few paragraphs down.
Apropos nothing, apparently that movie with the Ouija board is actually really bad.
I was really surprised that they actually went through with it because
a movie based on
when they're going to do Connect 4.
A movie based on rubbing a magnifying glass against a board game. Bad? Oh.
Ouija, 2014 horror. Huh. Yeah, that's apparently something that happens.
Well, they've been talking about that since Battleship came out. Like they're they want to make movies out of their games, but because Hasbro is just amazingly greedy.
Those Parker brothers just can't get enough. Always want to wet their beak.
No, but
Pop-O-Matic Trouble, the movie.
I
Believe
think the Ouija movie is especially irksome because they've basically been running in-page ads for the last month on Tumblr. Can't block those on the phone version for some reason. So I'll be scrolling through my page feed full of pictures of guns and airplanes and King of
I'll be
Fighters fan
damned
art.
if I didn't see the movie 3 times.
So here's what I like about this game. You can actually have full control of your jumps, unlike Castlevania. I appreciate that a lot.
Ooh.
Did I hear the rattling of a cane in the background?
Boo! The president's a Democrat. What? The seatbelt's cutting my neck.
Oh man, this game has a
Smash
duck
doing?
block.
You can make me do the duck.
Stairs will suck, though.
It's from The Simpsons. It's cold and there are wolves after me.
Didn't you hear a howl in the background?
Yeah.
So wait,
no,
what game is this?
This is a vampire. That's
Master of Darkness, yes.
Vampire the Night Warriors?
Or In the Wake of the Vampire, or whatever. It has like 3 names. And,
games
the...
like that have like 20 different
I always
names
think of it
and
as
they're
the
all
game
same
where you
thing.
hit bats with a cane.
The cane is actually the best weapon, if you can believe it.
Oh,
You can also get an axe, but its range is shorter. You can also get a sword, but somehow it does less damage than a cane.
see, like, if you want to look like you're not ripping off Castlevania, don't do the stairs exactly like Castlevania. Because that's the one thing about Castlevania nobody copies, because it's stupid.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one ever got sued over this.
Yeah, it's just before any of that would ever happen.
Yeah, like not even 8 eyes, huh?
No.
That was not fun.
Well, remember, like, the U.S. office of Konami was probably like 3 dudes and their mom. So, you know, I mean, there's just nobody there to do it. And
They're too busy
Japan, you
writing
can't,
news
yeah.
stories to the games.
I actually kind of miss that from manuals.
Or the bullshit stories in the manuals.
I love those.
I know.
Those
Make
like
it
Paula
roll a
Cockamamie.
cockamamie.
I
Paula
love
Abdul and Fred is Scare.
When did they
King
stop
Banana.
doing that?
I think they stopped doing like the
Early
by the
90s.
PS1 era.
Yes.
Maybe a bit before then.
I want to say Snake's Revenge was the last one because that was the one where it was the most blatantly wrong.
Well,
They
That
had-
was the only one that had
that's
an in-game story.
like that for the Super NES, though.
There's
Well,
some
with Snake's
real
Revenge,
kinda-
though, there's nothing wrong with it because that's the only story the game has.
Yeah.
There's no, like, other version of the game. So, like, that is the canon story. We've been over this. It was 3 years ago.
3 years
And,
ago.
you say that, Xerxes, but it's not like there aren't people on the forums arguing otherwise. There were some arguments over that, about the stupid manual stories.
No, there were not.
Yes, there was, and you can. I'll give you 3 guesses as to who was perpetrating
We were always at
them.
war with Eurasia!
Was it?
Let's not
dredge that up
tonight.
Yeah.
I actually don't know anybody from the forums, so that's the thing. Like, I don't really read them.
I have to behave myself regards the forums. So
I just don't read them. I always forget.
Consider yourself lucky sometimes because
Yeah, there's a lot of
honestly,
people who aren't really fun to hang out with on there.
As much as I enjoy having a place to actually hang out on the internet and talk about the kinds of games that I like to talk about,
Oh, you got the butter knife. That's
Yeah,
great.
What I like about, I mean, well, let me say this though. Like, what I like about the community, such as it is that you never really get the impression that there's like one type of game that everybody's partial to. You know, at least you can say that people have different tastes.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
You
even
know,
if
like,
some people's
everyone
tastes
You're
are
never gonna get any of
completely
this, like-
arbitrary and will
Yeah.
counteract anything that you
well,
say.
yeah, but you don't get like you don't have like the like straight up like I only play Japanese games, period, whatever. Like, or the opposite, you know, where it's
There was that one
people.
guy.
Well, you know what I
Oh,
always
that's
like
the
to
most.
say. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, even if that's
Right.
wrong.
It's true.
So.
Oh hey,
How
Castlevania probably would have killed
those
me.
Chargers.
No, though, like there are people like me and JoJo definitely. I mean, we're old enough that we like, and we're console gamers predominantly, so we do have a preference. But like neither of us are like, like super closed off to other kinds of games or games developed elsewhere.
There's some people that there's definitely some people that, and I mean I have a preference towards Japanese games, but I've been more open-minded. I think, especially with the podcast, that's helped expose me to a lot of games that I never would have played otherwise. So,
sometimes.
Yeah.
Whoa! Xerxes, hang.
That was.
Oh, sorry. What?
You're crackling.
Sorry about that.
Well, it was about time for that to start happening, wasn't it?
Womp womp.
He's been in the call for an hour plus. It was about due for that.
I know. These streams. They let everybody in on the podcast often. No, actually, I came up with a brilliant idea for
Damn it, the knife again.
Monopoly movie. Does anyone want to hear about it?
Sure.
Okay, so the movie is called. So the title is the most important part because I'm lazy, and so that's the best thing I can do is come up with a good title. But it was called House Rules, and it's about like these like. It stars Jason Alexander, Jason Schwimmer, and Patti Smith.
I was hoping you were going to say Jason Statham.
Wait a minute.
No.
Do you mean Jason Schwartzman or David Schwimmer?
David Schwimmer, that's right, not Jason Schwimmer.
Ross from Friends.
Yes.
Ross from the Friends. And so it's about these like three people who are the like kind of like illegitimate children of a member of the creator of Monopoly's family, and they like are trying to reclaim their family legacy by going to all the places that are named on the board, which are all like real places in Atlantic City. But the guy who sold the Monopoly game to Parker Brothers kind of stole it from somebody else, and they find because their whole life they were told that they were the ancestors of the person who invented Monopoly, so they assume they're the ancestors of the person who sold Monopoly to Parker Brothers, but they're really the illegitimate children of the woman who created the Landlord's game, and she was like a very serious 1930s communist, and it was like it created the basically the idea of the Monopoly game. What was about her, it was like part of her crusade against landlords, and it was like her idea was like a kind of replacing the income tax with like a property rental tax that was designed to like prevent landlords from owning more than a few like basically to prevent slumlords from existing. We now have laws kind of like that, but they do it a different way. But it was so that was what the game was supposed to do, is like show like, see, if you can just buy property and charge rent, you'll have a monopoly. You can just charge people anything you want. The people will suffer. So that was the point of the game. So anyway, they find that out. But yeah, it's like the interesting thing is like they're supposed to like go all around Atlantic City, like looking at the various property things, because every time they go to a place that's like a property on the Monopoly board, they would learn something else about their own history, and basically it was just a vehicle for the return of David Schwimmer.
And I know this wasn't exactly the point of the movie, but I've heard of people going on what they call Monopoly board runs, where they go to either Atlantic City for the American version or London for the UK version, and then go to each of the streets and then order one drink from a pub on each street.
Huh.
Of course, I've actually heard that's a decidedly lethal game to play if you're not ordering the weakest lager possible.
Yeah, you're not making it to Marvin Gardens, I'm telling you that right now.
if you make it to Boardwalk and are not completely sloshed out of your mind, then you're probably ordering water.
Yeah.
How's
Even
the
if it is,
You're at least
you know,
gonna have
water
to, like, you're gonna wet your
intoxication.
pants around free parking, even if it is water.
how's the reconstruction around there?
In Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's kind of
I've
a
been-
crappy place from
I've
what I've
been to
heard.
Atlantic City since I liked it when I went, but I went before, like, pre-Hurricane Sandy, so I
Yeah.
don't know. But it's probably fine. Like, the problem is all the casinos are closing down.
Yeah.
I didn't
What
really
I
get
liked
to.
about it was very, like, yeah, it was very uncool. Like, that's what I liked about it. It was like Vegas, but even less cool.
I can't remember.
I won like
I had
80
one.
bucks on the
I
video
had one
poker.
job
Yeah.
there, or we were looking at one or two properties there, and then that was it during Sandy. But there was a the main, I guess, seaside experience I had was they were out of places to stay. Like everybody was booked up in the hotels first time we went up, and the only hotel was available was called the Empress Hotel. And it was like a hangout for gay people back in the 1980s. But then it became basically like a crack house in the 90s. And it was still a crack house. Wah, wah.
Hey, once you find a winning formula, you stick with
So
it.
how about
Yeah,
that
you stick
vampire,
with it.
guys?
Exactly.
I'm
game is
sorry,
unremarkable.
It looks
I hate
interesting.
to say it.
The axe makes me think of Legendary Axe and a Stein Axe.
I don't actually
a
mean to
little bit,
interrupt you
so-
guys. I just
I'm really
No,
not
it's
sure-
okay. I really wasn't going anywhere with that. So
I really
other
like
than
the
it was a
I
disgusting.
really like the
place.
gigantic barrels everywhere. Like,
Those
why
are white
do they need?
casts.
Maybe they're like Japanese coffins.
also I think this
Gee.
boss was Jack the Ripper, and now he's a pirate apparently.
Jack the Pie Ass.
Pie ass.
Hey, it's just like the one part in
pie
Waxworks.
Well, depending on what timeline you're following, he could be both Jack the Ripper and a vampire.
A
And H.G.
vampire.
Wells travels into the 70s and falls in love.
That was a great movie, though.
It was a great movie. That was a
Wait.
great idea.
We're not talking about the time machine with Jeremy Irons.
Time
No,
after
time
time.
after time. Yeah, time after
With
time.
who's in that? Is
Malcolm McDowell.
Malcolm
And-
McDowell? That's it. That's it.
And
Oh, wow.
Malcolm McDowell, seriously? The man who would be Admiral Tolwyn?
I was getting confused with Roddy
and
McDowell.
Barry Steenburgen. And just FYI, the love interest, the one that he takes back in that, she's the one that he made Les out with other girls IRL. So
Play a little bit more. of this.
Classy dude.
yeah, H.G. Wells was a screwed up dude.
Oh, hey, it also has David Warner.
Yep.
Ra's al Ghul the Loeb, as I know him as because I'm a freaking nerd. And he
This
was
is
also in Twin Peaks.
This is a really good-looking game, but I am having a problem sometimes with certain backgrounds that Dr. Social's blue suit kind of blends into really well.
That's
It might
that's
be
a
the
common
stream,
problem
but
with Master
sort of.
System games.
Yeah, this one has some really clunky graphics.
That's the thing about it. You have more colors to work with, or brighter colors, but it's harder to make out the sprites from the backgrounds. With the NES games, like towards the end of it, it's like your character is like basically like 3 shades of brown and white.
Yeah, what
So
was the
it's
deal
really-
with that? Like, did you ever see the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade game by Ubisoft?
Mhm.
That was hideous.
Yeah, it was.
Like, why did they do that? Was it just because they just didn't give a shit anymore? Or
Might have been more the Game Boy version, I'd guess.
It was. I think it was just because like that was. You could make it look. Like you could have a more defined sprite by using fewer colors, so it would look a little bit more crisp, But then you lose a lot of color. So unless you
another
wanna
game
use
like
two
that
different
was,
sprites.
but they looked really muddy and not that defined though. I mean, I could understand. I actually could see that with there was the Bram Stoker's Dracula NES game.
Yeah.
They did that, and I thought that worked to its benefit. But then, did you see the Terminator game for NES?
I think I'm done with this game for now.
That was another thing. Like,
Okay.
there seemed to be a lot of games with like Duplo sprites. That and the Indiana Jones had Duplo sprites, where the guys just look like rescue heroes toys.
Oh, hey, Jason X.
Yeah, it's nice to see you pop in here.
I really hate the late period NES sprites.
I made sorry.
Go ahead.
I made a certain promise to Jason X earlier today, and I guess now I can do it.
Oh, which one is it? Which game?
Ghosts and Goblins?
Answer your brain.
So this is a bit more modern than what we were talking. Most of the games you've been playing, but
This is an RPG Maker game, isn't it?
Fighter Maker actually.
Oh.
Oh, better yet.
Oh, I know what this is.
Yes. How did you find a copy of this? Wasn't it C Indeed?
Oh, wow.
Apparently, but you can get it right off their site for some reason.
The horror movie Fighter.
It's more. I think it's probably more of a keep circulating the tapes kind of thing.
Wait.
Oh, nice.
Wait. Okay, so are all these characters playable?
Yes.
Where can I get this?
Just Google it.
So are
It's
they
free.
still working on this? Like, are
No. Apparently, this is the final version.
Because I don't remember Pumpkinhead being in here.
A Pumpkinhead's in it? Awesome.
Yeah.
What about
Candyman?
What
Jesus.
about Wolfen? Is Wolfen in the game?
No, sadly not.
I'll show off all the rest of the
Hey, Matt
characters.
Cordell.
Hey, the animator.
Let me check his move list.
They got the guy, the tall man from the Phantasm. I didn't know. The last time I checked up on this, like, they were just starting to work on the tall man. Like, they hadn't given him very many moves.
I guess he's the zoner.
Yeah, he's a technical zoner kind of character.
Nice.
Actually, it looks pretty
Wolfen
cool.
is great.
Phantasm is a great movie, Jason X. I love that movie.
Oh yes, actually.
I still need to see the rest of the films. I've only seen the first film and the fourth film, which is really odd mix of the films to see, because it's like, here's the
Watch
beginning.
two with
here's
the
easy stuff.
the 4-barreled shotgun. And
Yeah. Well, the 4-barrel shotgun was in...
Shit, I've got to get this ASAP.
What about what was the horror? Which horror movie had Christopher Walken in it? Was The Omen?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah.
It was...
Is Christopher Walken in this game?
No, I don't think so. Actually, wait, Christopher Walken, was it The Omen?
I thought it was The Omen.
Yo,
The movie you're talking about, wasn't he like a fallen angel or something?
yeah,
Dang, this would be super.
I forget which one he was though.
I think it was Gabriel in those movies. I saw.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Down, left, right.
The prophecy.
Yes.
To throw a fireball. Down, left, down, right. Down. No, the backwards Z. You know what I'm talking about. With the dragon punch or the Shoryuken, as it were.
I don't know why you're reminding me of Jeff Bridges right now.
Circle back with the strong punch. You know.
Oh yeah, I actually have that.
I forgot the tall man was like weird and had yellow blood, so that's actually a nice touch.
Yeah, that's right. Viggo Mortensen was Lucy. I forget where I heard this recently.
So yeah, for
Whoa, really?
Thank
for
you.
a game
Walken
that's
was
made
in
like
The
a
Omen.
free fighting game engine, it's pretty good.
But I think you were talking about the prophecy, because he was in a couple of horror movies.
Well,
No, I was talking about The Omen for sure.
Okay.
I used to work at a video store, so I know a lot about movies I've never actually watched, just because I used to see the covers of them.
The Omen,
VHS, you know.
for the record, The Omen also had David Warner in it. I forget why his name came up.
Dang it, missed my super again.
So how does the
Wolfen-
moves in this game
Wolfen
work?
had
Are we
Mandy
talking Mortal
Patinkin,
Kombat motions? Or...
More Street Fighter, really.
Okay.
Wolfen was a kick-ass movie.
I'll also try to get through one playthrough of this to show off some of the characters.
Oh god, I'm running too. Oh hey, Albert Finney was in Wolfen. And then Edward James Olmos.
Maniac Cop. Now, Maniac Cop, that's a weird one to pick from. So all these other ones, they're pretty recognizable to some.
Oh shit, Candyman's in it.
Yeah, he is.
Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD.
No, they can't use these.
No, they'd have to have the Killer Tomatoes from Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Come on, man.
Dr.
The scientist.
Giggles in the movie.
Wait, couldn't they have one of the killer clowns from outer space?
That would have been good too.
That was a great theme song, by the way.
It's a great movie. It's so dumb.
Oh, yes.
It's more like the airplane horror movies than anything, so that was pretty great.
Although the part where Dean Wormer was made into a human puppet.
Man, this is way better than that other game. What was it? Death Cargo?
Death Cargo. Wait, what game, Sarvu? You're talking about a fictional
they
bus.
finally. Oh man, that was amazing. That whole thing.
Apparently you can play this online. I'm not sure how that works.
It's gonna be terrible. I just knew. I knew as soon as the name Death Cargo and I saw the video, I was like, this isn't a real game.
They should have just not released that game at all, because it would have been a scam. It would have been better what we got.
Or possibly Scamola.
It's a scam around a really badly designed fighting game. Like, people were paying money to play this really awful looking fighting game, so it's just...
Supposedly, the company that was working on it was doing it mainly for... They made this bare husk of a game to use as an insurance write-off so that they could make back some of the money they lost on one of their really bad movies that are apparently also being used as tax write-offs.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was.
Dong Dong Never Damage Zero.
Wait, is Jason a stance character?
Yeah, he actually has 2 different weapons he can use.
Also, what is Death Cargo even about? Like, about space truckers who fight each other?
Something like that, right?
That would have been great. Should have just been It should have just been a Pit Fighter where your truckers just beating the crap out of each other.
No, but apparently they really wanted to work on death rips, and they all looked extremely cheesy and way over the top and stupid.
It's pretty great and funny Ash right now, because I actually saw Evil Dead 2 last night.
Oh! I take it was favorable?
Yeah. I need to see Army of Darkness too, so pretty soon.
Wow, Army of Darkness is actually pretty good, and that's the only one of the series I've even seen, so...
It is fantastic. It's like, I guess it's a little bit less of a straight horror film, almost more like a fantasy epic, with a lot of fantastic ones.
It is very silly, Army of Darkness.
Yep.
But, I kind of like that about it.
It's the type of film you rarely see.
I like the
Ash is just overpowered.
A little bit.
He's a lot faster than you, and he's got a guns.
Well,
I
you
like the
also
models in this. He actually did a really good job with those.
You should play as Candyman or Pumpkinhead after this.
If I lose, I'll switch.
That is just that's cool though. That's great to have that villain in there.
Where are all the white women at?
Hi there, Luck XD.
Why is he actually using an axe instead of a machete?
He also has a pitchfork. I don't know if he used a pitchfork often in the movies.
The animation in this seems kind of stiff, but
Isn't
it's
this like,
pretty good,
is this the original Jason though, like from the second film, or because he doesn't look like the other Jasons?
I'm going to guess it's maybe because a machete might be too similar to Michael Myers' big knife, but that's just my guess.
Maybe.
I love how the rounds have subtitles. That's great.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Part 3, The Vengeance.
And they did not half-ass this.
Yeah, this is actually really impressive. Yeah, the original film, the first Jason was actually just his mom, and then in the second film he had a bag over his head, I think.
Or was that the third?
No, the
third one's when he got his hockey mask, wasn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, excellent.
Then there was the whole thing with like Corey Haim was like supposed to take over as Jason or something, and then
what happened there exactly?
I don't know.
Harpoon's pretty useful when he's using that more. I think it stuns people.
Yeah, it does. They have to pull it out, or they have to just wait for it to.
Oh, it's almost like Scorpion, except it doesn't pull to you.
He seems to be a grappler character, but he's also got stances and.
Oh, I think the game bugged out for a bit. I'm not sure if this game's the final boss or not. Or he'd even use the final boss.
He was still alive for a split second.
Chucky.
That's a classic Mortal Kombat like little goof it made there.
I kind of like that though. I kind of like that it's kind of janky a little bit at times.
Well, this is like Fighter Maker, so.
Yeah. Oh, Pinhead.
This is probably the most polished looking Fighter Maker game I've ever seen, though.
Actually, technically, Vanguard Princess was Fighter Maker, if I recall.
But considering the only other Fighter Maker games I've actually played were Dong Dong Never Die and Super Cosplay War Ultra.
Did you ever play Arm Joe? That's a good one.
Never did, but I thought that was a different engine.
One did look.
No, it was also Fighter Maker, if I recall. Or wait.
Different versions of it then.
Dog Never Die.
Yeah, that's.
I remember.
It's a Chinese one or Taiwanese.
I remember seeing a Fighter Maker game based off of the Kiwiku series that had a lot of characters, a freaking lot of characters.
There was
Is
this
this
one not.
Whoa.
There was one not especially well made one that was supposed to be based on Valkyrie Profile, but I remember it not being especially. It really didn't look very good because they didn't use any of the sprites from the game. And they just kind of drew.
There we go. Now I have the pitchfork.
Wait, which game that you should name Pitch Zero? Because if it's the one I'm thinking of, I've talked with Cal about that one.
Is it Strip Fighter 2?
No, it's another one. If it's the one he shall not name.
He has a different throw with the pitchfork too. He used a meat cleaver instead of a machete.
That's
Super
nice
Shiny
touch.
Ultron Bones Adventure 2, Horrifying Bone Storm.
I mean, Bone Storm or go to hell. Oh, seriously, still here. Yeah, there it is.
He might have stepped out for a little bit.
Anyway, that's like the first thing I've said in like 10 minutes, isn't it?
Probably.
Were you muted?
So how does he differ between his axe and his pitchfork stance, I wonder?
I know he's got different moves.
It looks like he's got more range. Slightly different damage.
I'm gonna try to beat this if I can, just at least once. I just want to see what the ending's like.
I like how you just killed him by shooting him with a harpoon gun and he's like, oh no!
Medical research. Ooh, excellent.
Ah, Herbert West.
He looks so.
Wonder what his gimmick is in this game.
Looks like he's got a bag full of dark magic.
I notice he's got an ammo counter up there, kind of like with Jason.
Oh, every character is like an assist or something, or some special thing they can do that's limited. Like Jason's just the harpoon gun. I guess because stunning people would be too overpowered if you use it too often.
Well, it's a harpoon gun that has limited ammo, so I guess that was the reasoning. I kind of like it when fighting games have systems like that where you have something that has you have a limited amount of it.
Yeah, like that doesn't happen more often. Like the super moves type thing is in like every game now, but like there's very few games that use limited moves.
I recall in Daraki Tenchi Fallen Angels that one of the characters, Harry, has a limited amount of 6 missiles that he can fire in a battle.
Yeah, and if you have all of them at once, you do a really powerful attack.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a super move that just shoots all of them at once. The only FAQ I was ever able to find about that game labeled that move a glorious waste of tax dollars. If only because like none of the moves have official names. Like they don't even call their attacks in that game.
Man, Herbert West is a jobber in this game.
Well, to be fair, he is a little bit outmatched as what's technically a normal.
I'm surprised this game doesn't have fatalities. It doesn't.
I kind of like that it doesn't, actually.
Makes it feel a little less.
Maybe it does if you finish with specific supers.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
So I want to say there's... Oh, what was it? Isn't that how Samurai Showdown's fatalities work? Is that you have to finish the opponent with a specific super?
Oh, jeez.
That is some
That's
real
late,
chainsaw dude. Holy shit.
Leatherface has some real corner game going on.
There's not a rolling dodge, is there?
There's KOF style dodge, actually. I'm not sure if that would help,
I was
though.
using it because, dang.
Bear trap.
He's got a limited number of those. Looks like most of the limited moves are either stunners or traps of some kind.
I have a feeling he'd be your toughest opponent.
He's got a chainsaw, and Nash was also one of the tougher ones he had to fight.
Must be the faster characters who are tougher.
Well, the thing is, he's got a hell of a reach. He doesn't seem to be very fast, he just has a lot of reach.
Can I kill him? Dang. Wait, I'm still alive. Got him.
Oh, that was close.
Nice. Oh, wow.
You like has 0 health left.
I'd
So
use
you can still
pitchfork.
download this? I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to get this.
just Google it.
I did just download it. I think that's
Do you got a link to that, Satanga?
yeah, I brought up the site and nothing was off. I can get that one. Roomthegame.com. Download page is Yon Hitler for your convenience, sir, in the chat box, and there it is.
Yeah, it seems like he's maybe a bit slower with the pitchfork, but he's got better range, so...
Yeah, it seems like that's the trade-off, is that he's got much better range, so that's probably the best thing you can use against Leatherface. This guy's got a range game on him.
Oh, can I get him? Aw.
Oh, shoot. That was close. As Jackie Chan would say, good fight.
Nice show off the other
Getting
characters.
better. Aw, should have continued as another character.
Hmm.
So yeah, play as Candyman or Pumpkinhead.
Wait, is Chucky like Choi Bounge in that he's really freaking
I haven't actually played as him.
It's probably awful to fight and play as.
Short hair's always the worst.
That's discrimination.
The proverbial odd jobs of the bunch.
Oh, you're just showing off all the characters. Hey, there's two different versions of Freddy.
Huh, where?
And Jason, it seems.
Oh yeah, I meant two different versions of Jason.
Where's the other Jason? I don't see him.
He's below a Maniac Cop. You keep missing him just barely.
Oh, I see.
Second from
What's
bottom,
There's the
that's right.
machete one. Oh, it must be old and new Jason.
Should I play as him or Candyman?
Candyman.
Okay, I'll do a couple of matches with Candyman to see what he's like.
Sorry.
You get way too much of a
JoJo's
kick out of
favorite.
this.
I just think Candyman's funny. It's Tony Todd. Hey,
That dude's got a hell of a voice on him, I'll tell you what.
yeah. I didn't know that Philip Glass did the the bees coming out of his mouth looks kind of like puke there. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
Philip Glass did the soundtrack to the original Candyman movie. So
And now I have to fight a cop. I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh god!
Gosh, yeah.
That's in poor taste, game. Poor taste.
Giant wins.
Dang.
What's Candyman's gimmick, I wonder?
Let me see if I can find his moves.
He's got his hook and
Does he have D's? He better have
yeah,
D's.
well,
He's got a
yeah, you better have
teleport.
these.
Oh, he can teleport.
Okay, let's see what his super's like. Oh, yes! That's
Oh, is it B's? Is that
Holy
a super?
shit, that freaking wall of peas he sends at the opponent. That's pretty astounding.
He's got a Mortal Kombat uppercut that juggles.
Yeah, copper. Oh.
Okay. Just like law enforcement revenge, they're just bullies with the worst of it.
This game's actually pretty good, Jason. I gotta say.
Yeah, I'd like to play this right now, but I don't want to use this focus from the stream. Well,
Apparently you can play this online. I'd like to see how that works.
That'd be nice. You could actually set it up right.
I tried the other moves, I weren't getting my butt kicked.
Legend.
Is there a training mode?
I think so, yeah. I haven't really...
Okay, so...
I
wouldn't
do
worry
appreciate
about it
there's a
now.
move list, though.
Yeah, there's a move list on the website.
Oh, that's a good move.
You must come to me.
Ooh! Teleporting dive punch better.
Grab is a universal motion, down, forward, and punch. So that's actually an interesting way of handling grabs, I think. Making it into a control or a... I forget what they call those moves.
Command throws.
Yes, command
Does
throws.
Cop have a super counter?
I don't know.
What's this other super?
Let's see, where's Candyman on this list? Okay, so teleport is back, down, back, kick. Pounce is back, forward, weak weapon.
I like the bees better.
Yes! Oh, yeah, these are... That wasn't bad.
Oh, I can shoot bees out of my mouth. But only
Yeah, you did
twice.
that in the movie.
When the dogs bark, they shoot bees at you.
You locked
I
it
was hoping that would get Xerxes' attention.
No, I heard your last the Simpsons thing. Dude, you guys didn't think I was listening, but I was.
In death, you will become legend.
Alright, you think that's enough of this game for now?
I'm going to say no, but you should probably move.
Okay, maybe we'll
This
play
is
it.
pretty good looking though. Like as
Yeah, I know.
a
Obviously,
Mortal
they
Kombat clone,
cared,
it's good. Yeah.
I found out about this game from Matt and Wooly playing it.
I feel like why do they have Scream but they don't have what is it? Christopher Walken from the Omen.
Prophecy.
Well, he was
No,
in
he's in the
Omen,
Omen. He's in the Omen.
Oh,
too. So what would his special abilities be? Would it just be...
What about the werewolf from American Werewolf in the Hunter? He's just like a wolf.
for very long in that movie, then?
Happens.
Teen Wolf movie.
Yeah, Teen Wolf could be in it. Or
Chud.
Chud. Yeah, you could be a Chud. You could be you could have some gremlins in there. Some ghoulies.
Oh man, the Ghoulies would be awesome. Big Ben from
Yeah.
House.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that would be great.
yes, Soldier Zombie Richard Mall. You think the Xenomorph would be pushing it?
That movie's actually good on a regular level. You know, it's like a technically good movie, which I think like any classic like crappy horror movie can't be good.
I suppose you go.
You know what I mean? Like none of them are really that good.
they're not going to be winning awards anytime soon.
They're just, well, I mean, they're good for what they are, but they're not as good as Alien. I mean, Alien is the sci-fi horror movie, you know? It's like, it's the best one.
Maybe you could do the Thinger though instead. That would be a nice replacement if you can't really do
Fly,
this anymore.
Fly.
Or, yeah, Fly. I was going to actually just say.
He's
I like Brundlefly. So,
makes his like special attack just the other, like, does something disgusting, and the other player just, like, pukes.
Oh, it's off the other guy's leg.
Yeah.
Somehow I feel like a shotgun is kind of an unfair advantage.
Just shoot bees at him, man. Come on. You got bees.
Alright, let me do one thing
Unleash
with...
the bees.
Let me do one thing with Pumpkinhead, and then,
What about that one with the basket case, right?
No,
Oh,
basket.
yes. Yes.
Basket case.
What's in the basket? Oh!
Yeah,
Belial.
yeah.
Or however you said that, yeah.
I'm not sure exactly.
I can't remember.
That'd be awesome, though.
I like how they all have, like, they're all villains of other villains in this game.
It's weird how they make the characters, like, interrelate with the other franchises.
I like how they don't even go into the
like,
depth explaining why they're doing that. They just do.
They just do. Yeah, like Candyman needs Freddy's help or something. It's like, it would be funny as if they just, like, made it like a general, like, movie character throwdown, like it's got, like,
I don't
Beethoven
think I'm
the
gonna be very good at
dog.
this guy. He's got some weird
you know.
moves. Weird motions.
I think he's got a counter move or something. I'm trying to...
Kindergarten Cop and
Like, just having Baby Geniuses show up.
yeah, exactly.
Or go.
Like, just,
No, you know what we need to have happen? We need to have a video game where every single character is some Arnold Schwarzenegger movie character.
they
that
all
would be
fight
cool.
each other.
Broforce has like 3 or 4 different versions of Arnold in it.
Here's a
Yeah,
challenge.
I know that, but I
would
want to
like
see them all
a,
fight, including Turbo Man Arnold.
So who's the final boss?
I'm not sure if it has a boss.
yeah, well, okay, so obviously, like, Conan would be, like, the ultimate, right? Ultimate character there. Like, Conan could kick every other Schwarzenegger character's ass.
So who would the final boss be is the question.
No,
Terminator?
The
I don't know.
final bosses, I think, would all depend on which Arnold character you are. So if you were playing as Douglas Quaid, you'd have to
I think
face
the
off against
final
Michael
boss
Ironside.
would always be, like, Maria Shriver.
So like Skeletor.
Here's a
Yeah.
challenge for you. Make a fighting game where all the characters are different bonds.
Yes.
James Bond Deathmatch.
I like this.
He did that on YouTube, actually.
Yeah.
I thought
no,
there was
I-
those first-person shooters, those 007
Was-
first-person
was
games
it the
that
one where,
actually had them all.
Was it the one where Lazenby turns out to be the one who killed Teresa? Because I want to see that one again. I mean, not Lazenby,
Like,
or something like that.
the George Lazenby
That's like
Bond
open
movie,
as a-
like, you get, like, when you watch it, it's, like, kind of obvious they wanted that character to be a different person than Sean Connery. Because he, like, talks about, like, the other James Bond. Like, he talks about, like, how this, like, he's the new James Bond. So it's interesting, they kind of abandoned that premise, but that, like, originally that was, I think, the idea.
With the James Bond movie deathmatch thing they did on YouTube. Was it Timothy Dalton goes up against Pierce Brosnan and wins. So they do a rematch that pretty much consists of Pierce Brosnan shooting down Timothy Dalton's helicopter.
Like, I swear there was one I watched that had, like,
Missile.
either Dalton or Morrison winding up being the one killing Teresa. And then that just single-handedly stopped what's-his-face Lazenby.
There's probably one character they could potentially send out to this, Pennywise.
Yeah, that would be a
Is
good,
he a slasher
good
villain? I
choice.
don't know.
Or you should just have Jack Nicholson from The Shining, right?
Ooh, Jack Torrance. I can see that. And I think that the final boss should be the shark from Jaws.
Hell of it, I think when Jeepers Creepers show up.
No.
Nah,
We're not
Jeepers
going into that
Creepers
one
suck.
again. We
No,
know
but,
that on a...
Oh, wait.
Alright.
ideally, the final boss would be one of the worms from Tremors.
Oh yeah, graboids.
Yeah, those things are
Well,
great.
well, that's the thing. It could be like an Immortal Kombat thing where you have non-playable, like,
Yeah.
kind of physically like different from the other characters. You know, you'd have a couple of mini bosses like a Graboid,
Tremors.
Jaws.
Yeah, Tremors is really like one of
they'd
the
be-
greatest monster movies ever.
You could do that with like sudden genre change fights, like in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure arcade game.
Yeah, exactly.
So you could have to fight the Graboids, but it would be like a race to the finish kind of thing.
So I got surprised
Or you don't want to get
next.
eaten by the Graboid.
Don't get eaten by the Graboids. Man, those things are sweet. Like, what about I live again. I had one on the tip of my tongue and I forgot it.
So I got surprised for you guys right here.
Yay!
Oh, blood.
So this game is really hard, so I'm going to turn down the difficulty right now, just so I can actually show off some of this
It's
game.
the Dark Souls of FPS games. It wants you dead. And it
Oh.
will do everything it can to kill you.
All Build Legend games are pretty damn rough.
Oh, it's trying to do the cutscenes.
Yeah.
The cutscenes are pretty lame.
Actually, I'd say this one's a bit less vicious than Shadow Warrior because low-level enemies don't fire rockets at you.
They
Yeah,
do
the
dynamite
enemies run
spell.
Taylor too.
Are you there? Hello?
Sermon?
Hello?
Does it kind of crap out for somebody? Because
I can hear you guys.
I can hear you.
Did you hear me? Hello?
I just
Yes, we
hear
hear
everybody
you.
go
Yeah, you're
silent.
good.
Now everybody's going, hello, hello.
Yeah, that was weird.
The call quality dropped massively.
Should we rehost or?
It's probably going to correct itself. I imagine it's just Skype
Sounds
having
fine.
Yeah, it sounds okay
I
to
didn't
me.
have any problems.
Okay.
So
Yeah, kind of funny. It seems like the build engine didn't actually get too much of, or didn't get that good of a.
Also, Bob, you want to turn auto run on like post haste because you don't want to be walking in this game if you can help it.
The run speed is actually about the speed of Duke Nukem's walk speed in this.
Wait, I have two characters just to be in the Terradrome. Leprechaun?
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It's stuck.
Wait, and Jack Frost.
Open for business.
Ooh.
Which Jack
You,
Frost? The Jimmy Fallon Jack Frost?
No, the one that raped Shannon Elizabeth was Carrot.
It was Martin Short, not Jimmy Fallon.
Damn it.
So it seems like the build engine didn't actually get used for that many good games aside from Duke Nukem and probably this.
Well, Shadow Warrior was okay. It just had a lot of technical problems. It just needed
Extreme
polishing.
Paint Brawl.
And then you got Tech War.
Take a night.
What
No,
about Redneck
Extreme
Rampage?
Paint Brawl.
That's actually not bad.
Redneck Rampage wasn't a terrible game. Yeah.
The only problem I ever had with Redneck Rampage is getting lost because the switches are really hard to find. And all the keys look the
levels
same.
were really labyrinthine for no reason.
Well, yeah. To be fair, though, the game was trying to mimic what it was like to go through life with a third-grade education. So.
Well, maybe.
Literacy is a mystery to me, always receding into the distance.
The only word a character knows how to read
So, Tony is saying he thinks it's one of the best build engine games. I honestly kind of agree.
Yeah,
This
is the only one I can think of where the weapons aren't crap for some reason.
pretty cool how you exploited that wall. I like that.
Seems like the weapons are all pretty
Yeah,
satisfying to use.
that's the thing I've always loved about build engine games is that A, most of them have walls you can blow up, and B, the explosions are really awesome.
Hey Bob, if you pulled if you use the saw blade, or not the saw, but the the saw blade on the wall in this room, you should be able to find a secret.
Untold.
Yeah, the middle tool. If you use it, it drops down, and then it opens up the.
It went down. I just don't see what it did.
It was
Wait.
right next to it, Bob.
I see it.
Yeah, see it.
Oh, apparently.
That's... How did I never find that?
That was really dumb.
Oh, you got build engine right there.
Yeah, apparently that kind of thing happens a lot with build engine.
Oh, in your face, dude.
I got greedy.
Press two.
Okay, I'm gonna cut loose, guys.
Okay, later, Joestar.
Alright, check out too.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
I'm actually
Also,
a figment
Bob, you
of
should be
JoJo's
using your dynamite
imagination,
all
so
the
he
time.
believes I have to get it.
Not the flares.
Yeah, dynamite's going to be your go-to weapon in the start of the game. Flare gun is good for certain purposes, but that's your primary crowd clearing tool is the dynamite.
I just don't like to use stuff on the zombies because they're so easy to kill.
It's better. You definitely want to actually use them on the zombies.
Dynamite against zombies is one of the few ways to guarantee that they won't get back up again.
Yes, that's the problem.
Because it's like they have a pain state that has them knocked down. So
They're
the
not
key
dead.
is knocking them down in such a way that they will not get back up again.
They always get back up
Zombies
3
kill them.
times.
Kill them in one shot,
Actually, Bob, it
basically.
depends on how much damage you do and what weapon you're using. Some weapons will not trigger that.
If you hit a point blank pulse fire on the shotgun, that is also an instant kill for them.
Yeah, you'll end up decapitating them most of the time.
No, but basically the key to success early on in Blood is treating the dynamite as a regular weapon.
Right, they wanted you to do that. They give it to you all the time.
Because although the flare gun is one of the only safe weapons that you can't damage yourself with, it's certainly not the best one to use all the time.
It's more for sniping enemies. It's a sniping tool. Unless you use the secondary fire, but you normally only use that if you want to deal a lot of damage fast, or just to ensure that something is going to be burned.
I struggle, however, to find much of a use for the alt fire aside from just ensuring that something dies right now.
It's actually pretty good against some of the monsters, some of them. I'm trying to remember if the flares actually are really good against phantasms, like if the flares will actually continue to do damage even when they turn invisible.
I don't know if I've ever actually managed to stick one of those with a flare.
I have, it still burns on them. I'm not sure how the specifics of it though.
Let me try that again.
Once.
At least the jibs aren't bigger than the rat. Like in most FPS games.
Head grabs.
Okay, I know there's secret in here. Just gonna be quick.
No, the door never shuts actually. It shouldn't anyway. Or maybe it does, I don't know.
Yeah, GC9x has a good point with level designs. I love these sort of realistic level designs started with a build engine. Never seen
Sort of pseudo-realistic levels,
Nope.
yeah.
Nobody does this anymore. They don't even put interactivity in the games anymore. I'm always disappointed about that because I love exploring these pseudo-real places and then going to places that I shouldn't go, like managers' offices and stuff, and just blowing up the whole place at the end of the level or whatever.
Yeah, you don't need to make every level out of some sort of
That's why I liked the expansion episode of Duke 3D because almost the entire thing was those kinds of levels.
That's why no one liked episode 2.
Because it was too fantastic and yet simultaneously not all that varied. Actually, I'll say that the second chapter of Blood is my least favorite.
Yeah, that's really the weakest. It's got some of the best levels in the game, but otherwise it's just unremarkable compared to everything else.
It's always the parts after the demo that are the worst.
Actually, I think like the third episode is one of the best. The fourth is also really good.
It's what we would call the shareware, the shareware front load.
I will say though that for episode 2, it did have the Overlook potions.
Yeah, that's some of the later stages are way better than the demos.
I really should give it the carnival stage. I don't know if I'll be able to get there because I love that level.
That one you have to get through the train
You
stage.
just have to do this in the next level and you'll get there. Just persevere and quick save often.
That's why I'm on the still kicking. I don't trust myself in anything higher than that.
Yeah.
Hell, even
still. Occasionally I'll want to challenge myself and play on slightly charred, or whatever that one is.
I only play on the middle difficulty because that seems to be the highest level that you can really go on single player. The last two are like multiplayer co-op.
The README even flat out states that Extra Crispy should be played on co-op mode only.
Yeah, because the enemies have like 4 times as much health as they do normally.
Like
trigger response.
Like XE says he likes the voice acting, and the guy who does Caleb's voice does a really good job. I forget his name, Steven
Waite.
And
He's done some anime voice acting, but I'm not sure what specific. Like,
was he in the cat food commercial?
Supposedly. I've never seen that cat food commercial.
I feel bad for Japanese guys, but they give hell, so it works in the long run.
Sometimes. I just leave them alone 99% of the time because it's a waste of ammo.
Seems he also voiced for 2 of Marvel's other games, Claw and Get Medieval.
Yeah, he was. I forget who he was in Get Medieval. He was the wizard or the elf.
Probably the wizard. I can't imagine it was the elf. Considering the elf was pretty clearly supposed to be a John Lovitz impersonation.
Take it, please.
Red Wizard.
Also, what was the name of the language that the cultists all spoke in?
It's like a mixture of Sanskrit and some other nonsense.
Yeah,
They actually have their own functional language. It's funny.
Yeah, they created a language out of all of that.
Bob, if you have the shotgun, you should just be using it as long as you have ammo.
I'm kind of worried about running out of ammo. Ammo's a little bit
You're
short
on
in
the
this
lowest
game.
difficulty. These guys take far less damage than on any other.
Yeah, you shouldn't even have to use the alt fire on them.
Well, you probably still do on this difficulty.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, hey.
the alt fire on zombies really should be the thing you're doing.
Also, you can reload the shotgun, kind of, if you switch away from it.
Just a little trick, huh?
Yeah, I always just use dynamite in this portion, though. Just wait for the doors to open up and then throw it. Or the walls.
Another thing you might notice, if you haven't heard it already, is that the zombies make very distinct noises when they're knocked down as compared to when they die.
Yeah, they make no sound if they're knocked down. Is someone crafting something in the game?
Yeah, that would be me, if only because I kinda got bored. If you want me to, I can turn it down.
Nah, that's okay. I thought I was hearing like Warcraft stuff. I'm like, is someone playing Warcraft?
Yeah, Tarek is talking about the alt fire and the trap for the flare gun, and is this actually the first FPS with alt fire?
No,
Dark Forces may have come out before this, I think.
I think there was another game that had firing modes for some of the guns, maybe.
Goldeneye? Was that it?
Actually, System Shock had alternate ammo that changed how the weapon did against other enemy types. As well as different firing modes for like the energy weapons. You could overpower them or overcharge them. This definitely pioneered it, though. This and Dark Forces were the first games I can remember where you had different functions on the gun.
This is kind of a long shot, but Descent 2, the new weapons you got were sort of like alternate fire superpowered versions of the old weapons.
Yeah, that was kind of weird to me though, because you just had too many weapons after a certain point. They should have just upgraded it permanently and not let you switch the weaker ones.
Yeah, but some of them had potential to be less useful, like the finger cannon had potential to injure you than the enemies most of the time because of the bounciness. Same with the Gauss cannon and its splash damage.
But in some cases it was just a direct upgrade. There was no point having the old gun.
I think the only gun in which that was like, unambiguously the case though was the lasers.
And then the thief finds the
Option stealers.
Yeah, they're actually pretty much like those guys from Gradius.
Also, you can keep the zombie heads. Everyone knows that, but it's still pretty awesome.
They have fun just running around punching.
This game is just full of fun stuff to look at.
Mitch Zero, it sort of had alternate fire modes, but it didn't have a secondary fire for every weapon. A few of them, in a few cases, it was just more effective to use the secondary anyway. Like, that game was really weird in terms of how it was structured.
Anything in here I need? I'm trying to figure out where to go from here.
Unless you have an FAQ with you, you'll probably never find every single secret in any given level.
I found most of them. I know where most of them are. Jojo. Jojo, the idiot circus boy.
Didn't you try to use one of the Chosen or something dumb like that?
Oh yeah, in the sequel, yes.
Yeah, in the sequel, I think they revealed that Ishmael was Jojo, the idiot circus boy.
He was also voiced by Mike Shapiro doing Indian accent.
Oh wow, G-Man. Arjun, are you there? Because I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh, just checking.
Yeah.
Getting sleepy?
Yeah. Wait, yeah. A little.
It was okay, but it was a mess, Tonic. It took tons of patches, and at this point, if you're gonna play it, you might as well just use a patch to rebalance the weapons, or a fan mod.
Yeah, it has the extra.
90% of the weapons were useless.
It has the extra crispy mod to make most of them less sucky, right?
Yeah, and that's an expansion of the old FX4 mod.
Felix Wanamaker the
2FX. That was a good mod, and then they finally just brought it back for that.
Wait, FX4, like the villain of Hellbender?
No, it's just it was the revision number of a mod.
Oh.
Yes, Jason X. I would say this is definitely in my top 10 list of FPS games.
You should write that list at some point. I'm interested to hear what some of your other faves are.
Half-Life somewhere. Doom 2.
Extreme Paintball?
No. Now the harder part would be picking the ones that aren't big name choices, because there's a bunch of I have very weird tastes, so yeah, I like the big name stuff. Who wouldn't? But
Also, I'm gonna let you also know a secret. This is Extreme Paintball.
Shit, I lost the stream.
I will fight you to the death. Good night.
How do I leave this level? Where do I need to go?
It's on front of the train.
Oh.
You have to get on the train, and then there's a button you use.
Save the game.
Now the train level. This one's interesting.
I love train levels in FPS games.
I have to make sure to save my game, because if I die, I lose all my weapons, like Doom.
Yeah, they should have auto-saved, but whatever.
It's like Live and Let Die. Wait, why does the train suddenly look completely different?
Limitations, like news.
Also, this is incredibly far wider than the train should be, but no, maybe
It
it's
has
just...
to be functional.
Wait, Snarbu, Jason X said, so in your top 10
Yes, that's why I said that. Because I was responding to his bad joke.
You know what I feel is kind of underrepresented in video games?
Oh, here's that voice clip Snarbu really likes.
Locked.
It's just the way he says it. It's so overdramatic.
Locked. Seriously, why aren't there more games than those games? And the real games are cool.
Wait, what did you say, Argent? Why don't more games have what?
I need a key.
Rail cannons, you like those huge ass World War II?
The second expansion pack for Medal of Honor Allied Assault had that. That was Breakthrough. That was really good because you also got to ride on this weird like train tank thing. That was a fun stage. I thought that was way better than Spearhead. Spearhead was bad. It was a bad expansion. The stage was just cheap as hell.
Also, as a fun fact, tanks are basically trains that ride on tracks.
Yes, that's true.
Picked up life essence.
This game actually does give you a
good
lot of
how the
health.
health works in this game. This game also has voxels in it, which are like the best thing.
Train.
Voxel's pretty rad. Yeah, if this was a higher difficulty, I probably would have died right there.
Crouching usually helps to mitigate.
Yeah, you're supposed to crouch in these sort of situations with the gun guys and then hide behind stuff. It's got a cover element. It's kind of interesting.
So the lower it is, it really does help.
There's also a helpful power-up hidden in that area that reflects shots. It's the shot reflect power-up. Or was it the death mask? It was one of the two that you really probably need.
Did I miss it?
It's the switch behind the bar.
Paintings. More paintings. This train's a lot of paintings. The paintings are conspiring to stab me in the back and give me leg cramps at night.
Yeah, it opens really quickly. But there's two switches. It's not like you need it now though, because there's not going to be any enemies at all, pretty much from this point on.
Yeah, I just
So
forgot where
you
to go
get
now.
back to the area, other areas.
I apologize for playing the easiest difficulty. I just want to actually show off the game.
I think almost every Monolith game had a train level at some point, didn't it? Like, No One Lives Forever did. I don't remember if 2 did.
2 did not.
Tron 2.0 had one. Blood had one. Blood 2 had way too many of them. They were boring.
Did you have to go through like
Blood 2
the same subway
started.
multiple times?
Yeah, you had to go through every chapter started, or every episode started with a train ride or a subway ride. It was very badly thought out and designed.
Condemned criminals have a train level. I don't.
There is a level that takes place primarily in and around parked subway trains.
Whoa.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Kinda counts.
Whoa.
GoldenEye's train station is kind of irritating, but it
In
was
fact,
cool.
I think one of the major pieces of evidence you find is actually you find a bunch of the department store mannequin heads in one of the overhead compartments.
You know, someone should extinguish those fires. That's not responsible.
I think they have bigger problems here.
I like the fact that setting people on fires makes more fires. And on a high-speed, large moving object like a train, that's grand. Like that there.
There are a lot of things in this game that set things on fire.
Fire! Fire!
And then Beavis couldn't.
And
then Beavis couldn't say that because it's
Water! Water!
yeah, he did say that. That's something. And so he's like, candles! Candles. At least it sounds like he was a little annoyed that he couldn't say fire out now.
Why did they have to do that again?
I think... I want to say that some dumbass...
The key's in the meat locker, if I recall, or it's in one of these side rooms inside of the kitchen.
Did
it was a legal thing because someone had alleged that that a kid set things on fire and the parents blamed it on Beavis and Butthead.
No, because 90s...
So MTV decided that they wanted to play it safe from then on, but Mike Judge had other plans.
Yeah, the 90s are basically the era of the morality watchdogs. You know, the whole Tipper Gore hearings and the Splatterhouse 3 denotations brought up by Joe Lieberman and all that.
Yeah, and then you get like the whole
Pokemon converted my kids to Satanism and made them eat cheese whiz!
type.
Do I have the keys by now? Let me...
Check your keys. Hit you have to view your full HUD to see them for some reason. I usually just guess. So you have the fire, you have the flame, and the skull key. So you probably have the keys you need.
I'm just figuring out where to go from here.
Head
Usually I don't
towards
play with
the
the full
front
HUD.
of the train, I think.
Usually don't play with the full HUD for very good reason. So you can't see as much. Wrong way. You need to go the opposite way. Not in the elevator.
And now that he's got the skull key, he can actually use the elevator.
Yes, but he already got the key from this area, I'm pretty sure. He needs to go into the train car before this one.
This way. I keep leaving the map up.
You don't want to go upstairs, you want to stay. This is so frustrating because I play through this game all the time and I know it
I'm
most
sorry.
of the entire game. And I can't tell you where to go because there's a stream delay. It's like, oh! Gonna scream.
I'm sorry, I get lost a
No,
lot
dude,
of these
it's
games.
okay. You don't play this game as much as I have, so who cares?
Obsessively.
If you get lost, you get lost. That's part of the game.
It's this way.
Hunting.
Yeah, kinda.
Oh, new enemies, so I must be on the right way.
There you go. Yeah, that's a rule I always have in first-person shooters. Follow the fresh meat. If there's anyone you haven't killed yet, then hey, it's someplace new. If you just see a lot of corpses, then you've probably been here before.
On the other hand, I've played games where they'll respawn enemies in old areas. Or
excellent.
they'll enemies, but you still have to backtrack after killing everything.
That was cool.
Doesn't that constantly spawn mutants and centaurs?
Yeah. Sometimes Aphrits. And then there's the Necropolis.
Oh god, the Necropolis. Is that the one with those really freaky as hell, like, floating corpses?
Yeah, the right.
Yeah, that's,
I hate those things so much.
That's the only level in the game where the wraiths appear.
Am I in the... Okay, this must be the right way.
In my search for a warp point, I inadvertently wandered into the exact place I was trying to warp to.
I must stop this train. End of the line.
Yeah, the train does blow up if you get out of here.
So is level over, or...?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
this is...
the switch is in there in the smoldering wreckage, I think.
Now you're on the dark part.
Yeah, let me show off a bit of this level, because I wanted to show off this one particularly.
Or
This is
Carney Evil.
This
There's
is
a
the
reference
coolest
to the
level, just...
fugitive somewhere in this wreckage.
Yes, there is.
that you can find Dr. Kimball's prison jumpsuit.
Dr. Kimball?
Yeah, that was Harrison.
This level's just great for all the stuff you can look at.
If you use the secondary fire on the Tommy gun, just do it at close range.
Oh man, this map is for loops.
Yes, you can pop them too.
Some of them even have goodies in them. Just stay away from the because they suck.
Bone eels or the bonefish or whatever they're called.
By the way, those kill beasts.
Yeah, those enemies bother me. There's only a couple enemies in FPS games that actually legit bother me, and those are one of them.
Giant mouths
Water-based enemies always suck.
Yeah, the stalkers and Hexen, like, good Christ, those are awful.
No eyes.
Actually, the Gilbeasts have eyes that are just very tiny. They look very dopey.
Wait,
but...
jump off of it, jump off of it.
Yeah, don't kill the mime. Don't kill the
crap,
mime.
sorry. Sorry, can we reload?
No, there's no point. You just missed the secret. Shame.
I'm really sorry.
Use the secondary fire on the zombies. They won't get back up. Watching you play this makes me wonder how well you do at Kingdom, because that is a game that actually hates the player too.
Which game? Which game needs a player?
Kingdom. It's a good game. That's one of.
I'm gonna have to turn this down because this music is super loud.
I forget. There's a way to. Is this CD music it's playing or?
I think so, in the GOG version.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the GOG version.
You know what this should be playing?
All bunions, fun nose, steak sauce ride.
Yeah, why not?
I had this stuck in my head like an hour ago and I'm already forgetting the lyrics because it's like midnight. And now I need to listen to that again.
Midnight Meat Train?
It's gonna take forever to get these things in there.
Alright, I'll be right.
But you do win prizes for doing that. There's a shooting gallery elsewhere that you can get a life seed out of.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep wandering around. If I don't lose track of that head.
locked.
This is seriously one of my favorite 90s FPSs, though.
This is probably me being a nostalgic pseudo old fart, but this is the type of game you just don't see anymore, you know?
I actually really need to play this one at some point. Surprisingly, I've never even tried it. Looks really fun, though.
It's pretty cheap on GOG these days.
Yeah.
Get all the expansions.
I need a key.
Oh yeah, I take it there's a source port available, or
No, there is not.
Oh.
They don't have the
This is
source.
the
I don't
only,
think.
the only one that really doesn't, that needs one.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I learned to deal with 90s FPS controls for Tech War. I can do it for a good game.
Oh, you can pretty much set it that's pretty modernly. There's a patch you get called B mouse you're gonna want.
Ah,
That's what I'm
anything
using
for a
right
higher
now.
resolution support, or
Nah, there's nothing like that.
okay. So postage stamp windows or postage stamp size windows aside, I'm guessing it's still going to be fine. Really? How did Atari get them?
They bought out somebody who owned this game, and it's really complicated.
It's yeah, but like it's incredibly complicated because Monolith, who developed it, are now part of WB Games, but GT Interactive, who published it, were absorbed into Infogrames, who are now Atari. And the rights to the source code are basically all over the place. And none of the parties seem to want to be on speaking terms. Jerks.
Oh, strobe fix actually just orienting me a bit.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's supposed to do that. Snake pit. Oops.
Whoa. Ta-da.
I hate falling damage in games like this. It always seems so sensitive.
Well, at least that wasn't an instant death.
I think you're supposed to land in a pool of water in that area.
No,
If it only was like this, it's not always the easiest to gauge height either. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
To play with me.
Is this a shooting gallery?
Yeah. I think so, yeah. Just blow it away with your sweeping alt fire. Or drop a dynamite in there.
Yeah.
You seem to have an awful lot of it.
Dynamite! Or something.
Matter of fact, they even just leave the dynamite in there for you. Oh no, wait, hang on. Oh, that's the shooting gallery. This is the one that gives you the prize.
I just wasted all them bullets. That's okay.
I don't know why it's not giving you the prize, though.
It is. It gave me invisibility, it looks like.
Oh.
It might be hard to tell, but I'm transparent.
Oh, right. The life seeds in the friggin' soccer game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that one.
Vitality. I forget where you go though.
I have a key. I just need to find out where it goes.
I need a key.
I think I played enough of this for now. It's a good game, but I gotta keep this thing going, and it is getting a bit late.
Yes. You have like 3 or 4 more games left.
What's next? I know what I'll do next. So here's that sequel to Zombies Ate My Neighbors that apparently no one likes, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, kind of funny. This wasn't actually originally intended to be a sequel, from what I recall. Sounds like it's fine as its own game, but just not a good sequel. Yeah.
Although I do lament that they took away Zeke's 3D glasses. Oh wait, no, he still has them. It's just they're a necklace now for some reason.
I actually owned Zombies Ate My Neighbors at one point when I was really little. Or rather, my parents did.
Oh, hey, Ghoul Patrol. Yep. This is a bit of a, this is sort of the black sheep of the...
I don't know why, though. I don't know what's so bad about it.
It's not bad per se.
It's just comparison.
Yeah, it's just a hard act to follow the really big game that Sam was.
Well, the article, I seem to remember saying it was blander, the difficulty wasn't very well balanced or something.
Plot.
Plot.
I do wish your main one was infinite ammo now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that is actually, that should have been something the original game had,
Oh yeah, he does wear the glasses. It's just that it's fantastic early 90s blonde hair covered by a cap.
Friends, I need to find out where my 3D glasses went. See, you can't actually run like that without getting horrible eye strain, but if I could get away with it, I totally would.
You mean like Dr. Jacoby?
See, I've tried. It just leads to eye strain.
Isn't this game actually harder than Zombies Ate My Neighbors?
Maybe, I'm not entirely sure.
It's shorter.
I don't mind that, because I think that Zombies Ate My Neighbors went on a little too long.
Yeah, they had like, what, 100 or so stages?
Like 50 or something.
48.
That is way too many stages.
I'm not sure if that's counting the...
Now, you had to rescue everybody in all of them, didn't you?
Well, how it worked is that, like, you started out with 10 potential rescuees, and if, like, any one of them died, and, like, it carries on to the next level that you only have to get as many as whoever didn't die. But if the last victim that ever dies, it's an instant game over, no matter how far in you are, how many lives you have left, which is kind of brutal. I forget if the victims ever get restored somehow.
I think they do, but you have to get like a certain amount of points.
Sounds about right. They're like a separate counter of lives.
No, not the trees!
It's a bit hard to tell where your people are because you don't have a radar anymore.
Nowhere to hide.
This song is going to ruin my life.
I'm glad. That was my intention all along.
No, I've been had.
Womp womp.
But yeah, this game seems fine to me. Maybe not as memorable, not... People act like it's this terrible game, though, and it's really not.
Yeah, it looks pretty alright. Over here! Except, where is over here?
I appreciate the levels are a lot more distinct, too. I thought that there's only so many tile sets in Zombies, you can tell that they were trying to repeat them after a while. Evil printer, I love that.
Well, everyone knows that printers are powered by the old dark.
lost connection for a second, but I think we're okay now.
Yeah, as long as we don't stop the recording, it'll be seamless.
Yeah.
Although this is going to probably take some editing before we upload it.
I didn't see any noticeable hiccups.
No, I didn't either. I wonder if it's the Skype decided it wanted to.
No, I actually did notice it froze for a split second on my end, and then it just continued where it left off. It was only like a second, though, like less than that even.
In a minute, a second.
I don't know if it's my connection or what, but I apologize.
Now, the victims can't be killed in this game, can they?
I think they actually can.
Oh, okay, I couldn't remember if they removed that. I really wish someone would follow up Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but like actually follow it up rather than just do this stereotypical top-down sort of thing. But thinking about it, there's nothing really that distinguishes Zombies Ate My Neighbors these days other than the weird sort of goofy humor and 90s stylings.
Yeah,
there's so many games that do sort of the same thing. Like, there's so many top-down twin-stick games, especially with zombies or monsters.
There was that one 360 game. What was it called?
Perks Adventures or something? No, it was a PlayStation game, wasn't it?
Like, it was some game about teenagers fighting zombies that had similar style.
The thing that always gets me too about these sort of like the modern zombie shooters, like the obsession with that is that's all you fight is just zombies. Like there's not even different kinds usually, or if there are, they're just this zombie's fatter, it takes more damage. The zombie maybe is I don't know, it explodes.
Yeah, Tonic has it. It was Monster Madness.
This zombie beats you up and steals your lunch.
Was that game any
good?
I
kind of wish zombie. He's like wearing like a blazer.
This zombie bums you cigarettes.
Actually, no, you should have that would be the ultimate bully zombie. Just a popped turtle, or not turtleneck, but a popped.
You didn't even fight zombies all the time, and zombies would be neighbors. You had like werewolves and mummies and such.
Yeah, it was just a funny title.
My favorite was the Chucky clones in the convenience store that threw corn dogs at you.
Giant Robot, I've heard nothing but bad things about Sunset Overdrive now that like people are like they're like so pissed off about the memes in the story. Like what was it? Like
the dialogue. I have watched it in action, and the dialogue is objectively terrible.
How so exactly? I mean, I believe you, but
the clip that keeps circulating around Tumblr is a conversation that sort of aborts halfway through. It's like you can't shoot it down; it just has shields on it, and what? Sorry, I was checking Reddit.
Really?
And then he muted the end. Yeah, I saw that video.
I do like the game's graphical styling.
Is that okay? If a game is good, like there's so many games that have absolutely atrocious stories, and people play them anyway. Like especially classic games, like
the original Far Cry.
Yes, like why is this suddenly a deal breaker? Like I'm not excusing it. Like that's lazy storytelling and lazy writing.
Honestly, it's more forgivable if it's not actively trying to be funny and ultimately insulting the player's intelligence.
Well, I remember, like, people seem more mad with Sunset Overdrive than they did with Borderlands, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I admit I really lost.
No, I see a lot of people really upset about Borderlands. Especially the pre-sequel. People are really mad about the pre-sequel.
Honestly, when you mention Doges to me, I'm more likely to think about Renaissance.
The thing with memes is that by the time your game comes out, they're already going to be dated.
Yeah, it's like the worst kind of double humor.
Because you're developing a game over a 2-year period, you're going to be having memes that are 2 years old unless you just make up stupid shit. And that's not really a meme now, is it?
Like, the internet moves too fast, you can't...
Okay, Bob, here's your problem. You need to go to the far right end of the mansion once you're inside, and then exit the door there.
I wish I had a radar. That'd be really nice.
Didn't the original game have a map?
It did. It had a radar.
That.
It's really kind of vague. You have to follow the word balloons and pop up.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you explicitly where they are with regards to the map geometry.
Maybe this is why no one likes this game.
Probably. There's a number of changes they made for the worse, as I recall. Don't go back into the mansion, Bob. You need to go up around it. You need to stay out now. Oh, you're going the way. Oh, you were going the right way, now you're going the wrong way. Back at your... Okay, you've moved so far, you need to go back into the mansion, go to the far right, then exit. And then, then you go around the house that way. I sometimes take this for granted, but I realize I actually have really, if there's one thing I'm actually decent with in games, it's actually navigating spaces. I have no idea why that is.
I always get lost in games, especially like Doom.
Yeah, I don't get lost, and I don't know why. Is it because I played games like Doom?
Yeah, see, I can't go around this way because there's a giant wall here.
Even some games with identical corridors and stuff, I don't generally get lost. It depends. Now, there are some games where I have gotten lost before, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing? So, it's not always the case, but more often than not, I don't have problems navigating. So I take that for granted, and it infuriates me when people get lost, and I'm thinking, well, okay.
I think I'm supposed to go this way.
Yeah, but, you know, it's okay to get lost. What's with these slugs? Do they have, like, human faces or something? Dog has become sub-rage face levels. What does that mean exactly?
Oh yeah, that is a really bad.
Rage faces are pretty horrible in terms of the actual humor.
I haven't played Shattered Memory, so I have no idea if that they probably made that confusing on purpose. Like I said, I'm not perfect with that, GC9x. Not perfect at all.
I like the art in this game. It's very,
Oh man, it's funny you bring up Turok too, Lucas, because that is one I did not get lost in. Like everybody said, oh, Lair of the Blind Ones is the bad map. I didn't get lost in that one. It was the mechanical hive stage that was really obnoxious.
I couldn't finish the first map in Turok 2.
Actually, yes, Snarb, funny you mention that because I remember there was this one point where there was this wall that you had to destroy that was just vaguely indicated by those triangle thingies to pick up the extra lives, and I collected triangles without blowing up the wall, and I had absolutely no idea that you had to do that to get something to beat the level, because I went through the level like 3 or 4 times trying to find out what the hell I missed.
Is that the only way they indicated it, that the wall could be blown up?
I don't remember, but it was. They should have given a better signification, or not have been so obtuse about it. That level definitely was the worst because those fucking drones. God, sure.
Am I the one who thinks this game looks really pretty, by the way?
I forget, did monsters
It is
respawn?
very good. It's got some really nice graphic.
I don't think they did.
Oh, thank God, but that could actually be bad.
But,
Hive stages, though, those were awful.
I think this is one of our
You know, it's funny, we have all these spooky Halloween appropriate games and there's not much else to say about it because it's much like Halloween itself. It is what it is. It exists on a surface level.
Yeah, it kind of speaks for itself.
For the record, I spent my Halloween watching Eraserhead and
I watched Evil Dead 2, as I said before, and that was pretty okay.
You said you had seen Eraserhead before.
Somehow, no. I'm surprised because I considered it something like David Lynch. I should get the Lost Highway at some point.
I got the 2 Laserdisc set of The Living Daylights.
I know The Lost Highway. The only reason I know of that movie is because it had there was a single, 9 Inch Nails single that went with it that was really good.
Oh, cool. Well, I have no idea why Bill Pullman is such a bad rep.
I'm about to die, so I think this is about a good point to close this. I will do one more game for wrap this up.
Before you blow it up.
Shaboom.
But it is a good game, so I think it works out.
Silent Hill 2 is apparently... Yeah, I can buy that.
And it is not Evil Dead, because that game's actually not good from what I played of it.
into these dungeons just to find monsters that were at his level to fight. But when you die in Asheron's Call, not only do you lose a random amount of gear, including whatever you have equipped, so you could very well lose your really good weapon, you also attained what they called a vitae penalty, which basically is an accumulating plus 5% penalty to all of your stats and experience, and you have to work it off by gaining experience before you're allowed to level again.
Also,
but because a lot of the equipment has stat requirements, you losing stats means you could very well no longer be able to equip your backup weapon.
I'm about ready to wind down, by the way, but just until we...
That sounds like the worst system I've ever heard designed.
Yeah.
And I'm back.
Glad that FF14 just does equipment damage if you die.
Yeah.
What system?
Oh, the vitae system in Asheron's Call, that if you die, you sustain stat penalties that you have to work off with experience.
Ooh,
what game is this? I'm sorry.
Asheron's Call was a Microsoft-owned MMO game from 2000.
Oh man, this is actually the first Castlevania game I ever played.
I'm just playing this to wind things down since I ran out of games.
Cool.
I like this.
I'm not a huge fan at all. Like, the tiles are ugly as hell. The game is just slow and plodding.
If I had to give one major advantage, actually two major advantages to SNES Dracula X, I like the instrumentation of the music better in most cases.
I think Castlevania 4 is better, but...
What's with the levitating candle?
That's a thing that's been around forever.
Wait, you never played the Castlevania game, Martian?
Oh, actually,
this is Jason X is Dracula Double X. That makes a huge difference.
I think this is actually,
now.
I think this might be the only one I played, actually. I just forgot that candle was there, because it's been like 10 minutes.
X makes it worse.
Shoot, Arjun, I got game on that, like, every Castlevania game worth playing.
Wait, Arjun hasn't played any of the Castlevanias?
Aside from this one. Yeah, my grandma back in Oregon actually has a copy of this one, and I've actually played it a few times just seeing over the place, but I haven't actually had any real in-depth experience with any of the games.
This is probably one of the jankiest Castlevanias, honestly.
I always preferred 4, I'm sorry, I thought...
I've also played a bit of the arcade one, too.
It's a good experience, it's well designed, but at the same time, it's just... something feels missing, it's weird, I can't explain it.
The big complaint I have with this one is that Richter just walks way too slow.
Yeah, this is
Okay, let me play this.
Is way too fast.
This is like going from Kirby Superstar to Kirby Dreamland 3.
Hey, Dreamland 3 was good.
Debatable.
Go again.
It's good, but you don't get all the moves. That was my big complaint.
It's like it's like comparing Rocky Road to Chocolate Chip Cookie. They're both tasty, but one will be preferable to others.
I noticed you actually get some air control in this game.
I think they're both good games. I mean, Kirby Superstar set out to do something. I mean, it just kind of was sort of this weird, like, I don't know how to explain that game, like the way it was designed. But there's nothing wrong with Kirby Dreamland 3. That was a mainline Kirby game. Superstar wasn't meant to be.
My big complaints with Dracula Double X are actually all technical complaints, really. Just fundamentally broken parts of the gameplay that the PC Engine version just feels better about.
It is a little bit like Kaizo designed in a few areas, kind of deliberately dickish.
And then there's that Dracula boss fight, because who thought that was a good idea?
Wow. Yeah, that was fake difficulty.
At this point, I'm just switching games so we close up.
Yeah, sure. What about Musia by Sega? God, that game's a real piece.
Uncle Fester, just don't give a shit.
Oh, the Addams Family. This is actually a pretty decent Mario ripoff, although it's kind of janky.
You're not playing the PC CD version?
It's one of
that's really hard to emulate.
Because I swear, the Turbo CD version of this game is horrific in both setting and quality.
This is one of the somewhat dubious Ocean's less bad games.
It's actually really playable.
Ocean's real strength back then was actually more in the Commodore sector and computer games than it was on consoles. Because they did some actually pretty decent C64 and Amiga titles.
They published
They were like the Acclaim of Britain. That'd be a
I suppose that's an apt comparison. Didn't they work together too on a lot of cases?
Maybe.
I swear, was their name? I could swear their name was on an Acclaim game, or maybe I'm thinking of something else.
I love how ridiculous this game is. Like, the stages are literally just elements of the Addams Family household.
I just love how many secrets are in this game.
Who has a chimney that looks like this?
Well,
Well,
clearly
the Addams
would.
family is... Which is one reason why they're so fun.
No, the chimneys lead to... Oh, no, they don't. That's weird.
This game is kind of pretty non-linear for a Mario platformer. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of what makes it fascinating to me, because the way the stages lead into each other is pretty cool.
Yeah. Based on the way all the areas are named, I'd be tempted to say that this is a game that's more influenced by European side-scrolling games.
You might be
Kinda
right,
like, one of
actually.
Like
those-
Spectrum and C64 stuff.
One of those
Yeah, but
with,
it's clearly got Mario elements, like the power-ups, the way the power-up system works.
Yeah, kind of like one of those, but with some newer elements grafted back onto it. Sort of like with,
That is a great comment there, Jason X.
Yes, what other game
Ooh.
allows you to play as a
it's the spooky old tree from that one Bernstein Bears game.
The prolapse tree.
Oh god!
No!
You have been spoiled
in your attempt to rescue your family.
I guess, what other game allows you to play as a super deformed Raoul Julia? At least I assume this might have been based off...
Does Pocket Fire count?
Wait, what?
You know, because it's... No, wait, never mind, this is not Pocket Fighter, I'm totally wrong. Never mind, I'm dumb.
No, he shows up in the background, and I think one of the characters gets to dress as him. I forget which one, though.
Oh yeah, you mean he wasn't playable in that.
Yeah, I'm dumb.
So wait, who's this bird?
Just a bird. It's just a boss.
It's the word.
This is back before licensed games had to make sense.
Hey, just
It
wander
makes
around.
sense if you consider the entire Addams Family mythos.
Save your family
It was
by
just-
save your family by climbing a tree and killing a
The
bird.
whole point of them is that they're really weird and kooky and spooky.
They're free.
All together?
You know, I never
So
saw the
right
movie, but I did watch the
on,
cartoon a lot.
I saw the movie.
I did really like the animated series.
The cartoon was really weird.
I didn't like the
they had
cartoon at all.
They simultaneously went way more off the wall with the episode's premises, but they also somehow made the show more formulaic in the process.
All I remember is that their art was this normal family had an obsession with pants or something.
It's been ages since I've seen it, so I'm not sure if it can hold up very well how it is.
It's like I mostly remember, like, back when I used to check out cartoon videos from the Whiz Bang video all the time. I got one that was of this series, and I just remember one line that kept coming up a lot in every single episode was, "Who are they? No, what are they?"
Yeah.
Sometimes it was just one guy, sometimes it was two guys or more, echoing that back and forth.
I want to be honest, though, I did not dislike Fester's Quest.
I always have an issue with Sunsoft games. They never feel like they're based on the license they're supposed to be about.
Well, yeah.
That's especially true for that game.
Wasn't there something that seemed vaguely Blaster Master hidden in the
Yeah,
code?
it was basically like all the overhead parts of Blaster Master fit into a single, like, semi-linear-ish map. But that game had a really odd level-ish structure to it.
It did.
And you had to start at the beginning if you died, and you only got a maximum of 4 hit points. Well, you had all those potions.
Okay, one thing real quick. I really love his crouching animation. I have no idea what that's supposed to be.
That's
Wait,
pretty
crouch,
amazing.
wait, crouch again. I didn't see that.
He kind of sticks his head in his arms and yeah.
His head just shakes like a maniac after you've eaten like 5 Reese's peanut butter cups.
Is Gomez experiencing some sort of PTSD every time he goes over?
Just saw those floating dollar signs everywhere. So wait, does it say that every single time you die?
Yes.
You've been thwarted in your family.
Well, at least it's not death duel. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, that's something.
So I'm only keeping this up until you guys go to bed, I'm just saying.
So the thing is, I don't plan on going to bed until you pull the stream.
Yeah, I don't know when either.
It's a feedback loop.
Should I just keep going with it, or stop here?
Because you have to remember that...
If you have any Halloweenish games to show up, then go ahead.
Because you have to remember that I'm the one hosting the call, so it's probably best that I try to stick around until the very end.
If anyone has to go to bed, this will be on YouTube anyway.
By the way, something good I can say about Ocean, they usually had some good music in their games. My favorite musician is Jonathan Dunn. He was like
Plus that one Robocop thing.
Ocean had Ocean had access to a lot of really good musicians, notably Martin Galway, who did most of their Commodore output.
Oh yeah, I forgot him too.
And he was he actually wrote their disc loader theme, as well as more famously the openings for Rambo First Blood Part 2 and Green Beret on the C64. Now, is that a fencing foil, or are you just wielding a toilet plunger the wrong way around?
Could be both, I don't know. Testing.
Yeah.
Post received.
Ping pong.
I'm trying to think, since you're on the SNES, what other...
Science.
I have an idea for what to do next. Let me just play this for a bit longer. Man, this game has so many secret areas, it's great.
Do I call semi...
I was thinking about getting Schiller GC9x since you asked, but I think I had my niche filled with Carnival for the light gun thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I know to play now.
Schiller is the hustle. Like,
let me see if I can get this to work, because this kind of system is notoriously finicky.
Hi, I'm Exity. I like making like 50 bajillion Lycon games that are all barely different.
Hi, I'm Steve Moraff. Please purchase these games.
I have a surprise for you guys.
No.
Oh lord, that doesn't bode well.
Oh.
Oh no.
Just see.
This isn't... Oh, I know what this is.
This is Trivia Monster?
No,
Not
no,
quite.
I'm not ready for that.
yeah, I was going to
Dark.
say...
Is this
I'm
Dark
not sure
Forest,
if
or?
Bob would have
The sequel, yeah. Why would you want to remember this game? I mean, it's surprisingly good looking for the hardware it's on, but at the same time, it's by that one real creepy guy who made that one game with
So, for
Loser.
those of you watching the stream, I will make a confession. Commodore 64 games scare the hell out of me. I can't
It's the sound
explain it.
effect.
Just,
Mm.
ugh.
And the really drug color palette, too. Makes everything look subtly wrong.
It's just...
Well, to be honest, this one is really legitimately scary when you
It is,
die.
yeah. Like, it really makes the most out of what it's got, to be honest. And this is by the guy who brought us such fine products as Tech Challenge, the Trivia Monster, and Scunny Save-Our Pizzas. One of those is made up, and it's the last one. See, look at that shit. We got parallax scrolling, we got some surprisingly large sprites. We got,
So basically this is a game, it's kind of a boss rush, I guess. You're basically got these things that are trying to constantly kill you, and you have to shoot them with your bow before they kill you horribly.
And he's not exaggerating when he says horribly. Like, that's like 3 layers of parallax scrolling, pretty much.
I seem to remember seeing a comment asking why you were playing as Obama.
This looks more like a ass man to me. Like, look at that guy's ass. It sticks out like 5 feet compared to everything else. Paul Norman has an ass.
Ah, crap. That's a bit overdramatic.
See, that's what it means when it says horrible.
Well, that's just mocking at that point. He wrote in cursive and everything.
Like, the entire universe rearranges itself to tell you that Norman.
Wait, and then like the game just crashes.
I can't seem to get out of the screen, so...
Well, that's not very
nice. There it goes.
Oh, well.
Norman,
It just takes a while to reload. I know you can go into the background, but you have to find out how you do that, because I don't know how this game controls. Although I do admit it plays a pretty damn cool tune whenever you do actually kill your quarry.
Oh,
yep.
Also, admittedly, one of my villains in my old unsettings, his names may or may not have been inspired by this one. Although, I mean, this game didn't invent Greek mythology, but, yeah.
I think the game glitched out.
You know, maybe that. Oh!
Zalco.
Well, obviously, you have to shoot the game itself.
That's a sign to stop.
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. Could be, could not be.
And since we're winding down, I think I'll go for a game that's scary in a quality sense.
Quality.
So I talk about this game a lot, but I think you people need to see what this thing is.
This crime against existentialism.
Oh yeah.
Cyber Ditto.
Hey, Cyber, I'm just winding down by playing random games at this point.
Cyberlab.
Yeah, I noticed.
So you may have seen this game issue 101. You may have noticed I hate it, and I want it to die. And I hate everyone involved who made this game. You're going to find out why.
Put the game out of your misery.
Dirty ice cube, except that it is dry and very, very hot. The armadillo is a
Okay, first off, someone look at this background. Tell me what that is.
90s. It is 90s.
Is that... So, that woman's a shop vac? This looks remarkably like something you'd find on present-day DeviantArt. Honestly, this whole game...
This game is a freaking
DeviantArt.
fever dream is what it is.
Maybe it was for its developer. Maybe he's trying to exercise personal demons.
Something like that.
So, I'm not
like
sure what's...
Adrian Carmack, when he drew all those really bloody Wolfenstein deaths.
So I guess this is technologically impressive from a 3DO, but just look at it.
Hmm.
This is like if Ken's Labyrinth went on a bad trip.
Like, how did this make it to sale?
I think they would pretty much accept anything you could publish for the 3DO. Like, literally anything, because there was porn on there.
Why are you touching... Wait, are you talking about plumbers don't wear ties? And why are you tossing plungers anyway?
I think this will really be the last game for real, because this will go on forever if I let it. Tonic says he wants a real behind-the-scenes documentary on this, and I would agree, because the one that you can find on YouTube doesn't really explain much.
Tonic, based on the stupidity of the humor in this game, I doubt anybody was actually on drugs. It seems like just a consciously stupid effort just to make a game.
You mean like pissed?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't need to be on drugs to make something this stupid.
Mach 3, the speeder of stupider.
Well, yeah, I think Doom Joke Wad's pretty... Although, actually, no, wait. Probably a lot of people in the Doom community are on drugs, so it's probably not the best place to look for that.
Well, there was this one guy in particular.
What was his story?
I remember who that was. I think I know who you're talking about.
A guy that went by the name of Big Bad Gangsta, or BBG later on.
Oh, right, yes.
He probably had the highest ratio on the forum of posts about pot to any other posts.
Whatever happened to him, I wonder?
I think he willingly left because he decided that his drug culture didn't really have a place on Doom World.
I don't actually know the guy, but I assume he went insane after listening to a Delude Weedstorm too many times. Yeah,
smoke weed every day. Smoke weed
exactly.
every day.
Derude Weedstorm is a harsh mistress.
Alright, see ya, Luck XD.
Yep.
We're almost done, but catch you later.
Also, Arjun, since you mentioned Mach 2 with the Speed Stupid, what was that one music that you posted with the like really rapid fire, goofy MIDI sound effect?
Was it the Egypt theme?
Yeah. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's the one.
Nowhere to hide, Big Bunyan. That whole soundtrack's pretty amazing, though.
This game feels like I'm playing a Windows screensaver. That one maze thing that everyone wanted to play, but they never made a game of. Because then it would play like this, and it'd be awful.
Except with even less map variety.
I can't help but think that someone did make a game like that, it would evolve into a creepypasta somehow. I don't know why, it's just...
Does that say the dildos? Never before is it... Never before... Never before... What was I gonna say? Crap. The rat touched me. Suddenly, hyper-realistic blood. I can read pretty much anything in that voice, and I already pretty much have. Why is that spray can of 69 on it?
Why do you think? Actually, please answer that, because I don't know.
No, you know what? The only question that can describe this game is just why.
Because the developers thought the developer forgot what 63 plus 30, right? 33 plus.
No, you know what? I don't even think why adequately describes this game. I think we should shorten that question to the letter W, and that would explain just as much.
Pretty much.
Introducing the killer app for the Panasonic Real 3DO interactive multiplayer, W.
You know,
yeah, they did seem to really want to market D.
You know, I think I just realized why the spray can is 69 on it. The developer obviously forgot what 68 plus 1 adds up to, so they put up there as a handy reminder.
It's a valiant effort for the 3 to try to do this much 3D, but it's clearly not working out.
You know, it's kind of funny in retrospect that a console called the 3DO had such trouble doing things in actual 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Gex is one of its most notable games. That one was technically 2D.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this frame rate.
That's not just the emulator or whatever you're calling it.
And GC9x says this game really puts the O in 3DO.
Oh.
More like the oh no.
My god.
And with that, I think that's enough of that game, and
on that bombshell, it's time to end.
I will leave that for you as a real nightmare of tonight.
Sure was horrible.
Friday the 13th, part 666, 420.
Well, we've been at this for like 5 hours, so it's like it's like 1 a.m. for me, so I think I need a break.
Yeah, I need to listen to
understand.
the Paul Bunyan ride thingamajig on there for 10
Sleep
or 14
does
hours.
sound like an awfully good idea right now, even though I could probably stand to be up for another hour. I think I have not been getting much sleep lately.
Thanks everyone who showed up, and have a happy late-ish Halloween.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, take it easy, guys.
Later.
And have a good evening, folks.
Buenas noches.
Hey, Pokey. Pokey. You're supposed to come out now. Oh, shit. I forgot to let him out last time. Hey, you okay there, little guy? He's all dried up.